into your mind, because we already own your soul.
Log on, tune in. My lovely, lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? Let me get this music just a tiny bit lower. There we go. Susie Clem says BLM rock. Metroplex Asylum, Carbon Cold, this person, Sprodman, JS Masochist, Devil Atelier. The Posadas John, Aska, Bennett for the Potato, Palm Dad, Antoine Bastard, Juniper System, Spots 97, Raptie, this person, Paige Punk Corpse, Pan Nest Maine, Peppy Toaster, Gayfesh, It's Not a Cookie, A Multitude of Mangoes, Mika Niao, Post Moon. Fish Sneeze, Little Morphine Annie, Antifa Pyro Emerald Queen, Jay Spoon, VCC TV Angry, Vicky, Cookie, Nerodia, Toby Whiskers Laundry, Cat Catculus, Nasty Redacted, Raptie, Uncle Gumbald, Ix Drums, Slaps Hungry Bears. Lauren X Pandamus. And from the YouTube chat, Fig Fairy, Falmer Flamingo, Beard, Panda, Lark Graves, Good For, Gabby, Sub I Like Cats, Leaf, Lillian, Ruspanded, Lorient, Vault Dude, Nails, Lynn Rooney, L of Music, Espen M, The Dark Canuck, Bully Biscuit, Fairy Guts, Kevin and/or Susie, Dan, Cody, HK, John Toms, Chantel Blanc, Professional Dork, Scott K, Steve Dories, Ulersoth 77, Booty Scratcher, Another Bored Person, Nadia Yvette Chambers, and Bree. I think we got literally everybody today. Maybe we missed one or two people, and I'm sorry if I missed you. What a beautiful track this is, huh? Let's enjoy it. Cotton D-pad, Fat Zebra, Fortnite, John Fallon, Tarpalicious, Grady HD, Brandy the Taoist Warlock, Fine Black, Skullsy, Haunted Furby, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Haunted Furby says, I really enjoy your streams. Political content can make me a bit sad, but the way you engage with things doesn't make me feel down. Keep up the great work. I will always try to infuse energy instead of take it away. I will always do my best. Thank you very much for supporting the show. Seriously. I didn't see yours, Raptie. Let me check it. It scrolled down. There's been so many people chatting. Hold on. Raptie with the tier 2 sub.
Hey, it's me, Meatball Ron, everybody's favorite meat-based fascist.
Also, Socialist Kowalski, thank you very, very much. And Aska, of course, thank you for the donation. Deeply appreciate it. Trans Girl Jade, thank you very, very much for the gifted tier 1 sub. Amazing. Amazing. What a great track. What an incredible track. I will probably be playing some piano for you all tonight. We'll probably play some at some point. Oh, you might be getting double. There we go. Doe did really well yesterday. It made such good points and kind of bulldozed the other crew. Oh, well, I think Doe did very well yesterday as well. I wasn't actually able to catch the whole debate, which kind of sucks, but I'm going to be reviewing it with Doe in the near future. For those of you who don't know, Doe did a debate yesterday. Doe has not done any sort of online content to that degree for a long time, but Doe really wanted to have a conversation with, well, Doe was pitched a conversation, which ended up being a 3v3 debate, which ended up being, was it 3v3? Yeah, it was still ended up being 3v3, although there were some people who swapped out. In fact, I can actually show you Doe's opening statement. Why don't we just listen in on Doe's opening statement? Because I think Doe's opening statement was really, really, really good. And lots of, in fact, Doe has been receiving a ton of very, very kind words about its opening statement. So I'm just going to play that for you real quick. Hold on. Let's listen to Doe's opening statement from the debate yesterday. The topic was nonviolence versus violence, which is kind of an interesting topic. But let's listen to Doe's statement real quick, shall we? Doe's opening statement for this debate.
Proponents of nonviolence are almost universally not proponents of nonviolence. They are instead majority-minded people who see democracy itself as a greater goal than the plight of any oppressed minority peoples. Martyrdom is the nonviolence dogmatist's path towards justice, especially martyrdom of others. Oppressed peoples are made to play the role of martyr, submit to oppression publicly until the majority's mind is changed. Justice is made when the majority changes its legal structures. Liberal theorists on civil disobedience tell us how much more important it is that the authority structures of the majority are not threatened than the suffering of oppressed peoples defending themselves. Oppressed peoples should be more thoughtful about the sensibilities of the majority, they say, or else is implied. This is not a politics of nonviolence. This is a politics of our violence. The most obvious place to see this at play is in the research done into nonviolent resistance. Despite whatever other problems that arise in trying to delineate violence from nonviolence, damage to property is treated as violence consistently throughout these studies, leaving the construction of property completely out of the frame. The construction of a world by those in seats of power, like strapping murderous highways across every nation, forcing the majority of people to become reliant on cars, machines which poison the air and slaughter 3,700 people and over 1 million vertebrate animals a day, are treated as nonviolent, completely neutral acts. This is the false thesis. We do not see the sensibilities of the majority as a worthy metric for justice, and as such, our allegiance cannot be to nonviolence, legalist structures, or any other political technology deployed to privilege some over others. Our allegiance remains to justice, and it is not just to dogmatically let the innocent get abused.
So as you can see, it did a really good job on that panel. I hope you appreciate its opening statement. I don't know, do we have its closing statement? Does anybody have a direct link to Doe's closing statement? I wonder if I can, oh, here's the VOD. Maybe I can grab the timestamp of the closing statement, because that would be super interesting. Let me see if I can get the timestamp. No, nobody's got the closing statements. Yeah, it did a really, let me see if I can find it. Where's the closing statements? Here we go.
Well, I think one of the problems here though is that
we know this isn't the case, right? Because
in the crimes are wrong.
before you go, my chat is dying to know, how's the cat?
He's doing
What is?
I'm trying to find the timestamp. If anybody knows it went last, okay, so it was its last one. It was the last one. Is that true? I feel like it didn't go last. I feel like Professor Meat went last. I wish I knew where the closing statements were.
Nowhere. And it wasn't until they...
If anybody can help me and get me the timestamp, who was like watching this, like I said, I wasn't able to catch most of the debate because I was literally on the road at the time. But if anybody has the timestamp, that would be amazing. Vosh does, wait, what? Vosh has the, oh, Vosh's, oh yeah, Vosh's end might have the closing statements. Let me see if Vosh's end has it. If otherwise, if anybody finds the timestamp in the President Sunday one, I'm totally open to see that, because I would love to show you guys, and I want to talk about it a little bit too, because it did a ton of work for this debate, like a ton. Like I can tell you, it's been reading for days preparing for this debate. closings. Here we go.
By the way, I need to run like in 2 minutes. But the
Yes,
movement as a...
I think we should.
Routinely have only talked about.
Here we go. Here we go. Here's Doe's closing statement on Vosh's stream. I'm gonna get rid of the overlay again one more time just so we can actually see Doe up there.
Yourself. Yeah, you want to ingratiate yourself, and nonviolence is the answer, actually.
Doe, go right ahead.
Sure. I think to exist as a living thing is to be a force in the world, and to be around other living things means never discounting the possibility that confrontations will intensify. As you can see, our opponents have not shied away at all from their martyrdom beliefs. They do believe that oppressed peoples should wait, get beaten, get abused, get killed, get arrested, as long as it's good for democracy. Efficiency is the name of their game. They don't care about what is right or just. They have almost not at all tried to actually tackle the just question in this debate. They routinely have only talked about, effectiveness at achieving their goals, which to them is some policy change. There are far more goals. Direct action is, of course, the tactic by which you immediately get what you need by
Thank you, Evan Amato.
directly. There is no mediation on the scale of the state or anything like that. If you don't want an oil pipeline there, you get rid of it. If you don't want someone to be arrested, you de-arrest them or whatever. This, of course, is not a blanket strategy for every context and every situation. This is just, I just believe that we have to remain allegiant to justice.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So yeah, now you've gotten to hear Doe's opening and closing statements. The conversation around violence and non-violence is always a interesting one, because one of the things Vosh Mod's closing statement. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, I remember this one too.
There is no
okay, here
mediation
we
on
are. There's the timestamp. Thank you so much for that timestamp, by the way. That's really, really helpful. Yeah. Okay, so hold on. One thing first, before we go any farther. If you are here, smack the like button right now. We only have 135 likes, but we have 230 viewers. So we need 100 more likes at least, or else I'm gonna be really sad. So you should press like on the stream, because it will guarantee that even more people come in to see all that we're gonna be doing tonight. And for those who don't know, we're going to be having Ryan Beard, who's, if you hadn't known, a very large YouTuber, and video, not really video essayist, I guess kind of a video essayist. But they're going to be coming on later. So take a quick look at what Vosh said. Sure, absolutely. Let's listen to it. Now let's listen to what Vosh had to say here.
And for my part, my opinion is that all violence is bad all the time. I'm not a threat to the United States or her interests. And my only moral position at all is that crimes are wrong.
Before you go, my chat is dying to know, how's the cat?
He's doing wonderfully. Perfect.
Incredible. Incredible. Incredible statement. Even after the call, keep going. Oh, okay. So he continues after the call. Okay, all right. Let's hear what he had to say after the call.
Hey, thank you for the mostly peaceful debate.
I thank you all very much for...
My people are moving into position as we speak.
For coming out. I hope you all have a wonderful day.
Okay,
You
thanks,
too.
Vosh.
Thanks, Vosh. Take care.
Bye.
You too.
Thanks, guys.
Everyone have a good one. Take care.
All right.
Cheerio.
Bye. Oh, now there.
Well, that was about as productive as I expected it to be. That was one of the harder ones to remain neutral on. Obviously, I'm far more sympathetic to Serious Sundays and Doe's perspective on this. So a recap from my perspective really quick. As discussed briefly in the debate there, violence is essentially inevitable in any protest movement large enough. Seriously, if you have millions of people who are discontented about something, the likelihood of somebody resisting arrest or doing an arson or breaking a window are essentially 100%. So
not just that, also, but as we saw, the police doing violence on peaceful protest is an incredibly common outcome. So that's the other side that people often don't like to talk about when they talk about these sorts of violences. Often the initiator of violence in these protests is the state. And that puts you in a position of either having to endure unjust violence, completely unjustified violence, or to resist it. Anyway, let's continue.
There will always be violence in a large enough movement. Of course, nonviolent elements exist to even violent movements. I mean, not every person in ISIS is out there doing combat shit, right? A lot of them do recruitment shit, which is literally an optics game, hearts and minds, so on and so forth. So the real question is, like, how do you respond to this? What's effective? What isn't? What's moral? What's not? Something has to be both effective and moral for it to be justifiable, of course. I mean, you wouldn't want to do something ineffective just because it's right, because then the outcome of what you're doing doesn't get you what you want. So so you're not getting a good outcome, in which case it's not moral, really. With that in mind, there are a lot of complexities here, right? Obviously, most of the time when you have any kind of protest going on, you want to appeal to the interests of the majority of the population, or at least enough people to affect some change. The problem is, of course, we don't actually know what will or won't be popular in the future, and it's not always a good metric for determining what will or won't actually get done. Again, Martin Luther King Jr. died an unpopular man, and back when he was doing his, say, March in Washington, or the protests and the speeches and the bus boycotts and so on, overwhelmingly, in poll after poll after poll, the majority of people thought that this was bad. They thought it was harmful to the cause of the black man. They thought that it was self-destructive. Because, of course, the polling that was done to ask white people for their opinions on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was done so in this, paternalistic, looking down on you, white liberal attitude, right? They weren't asked, do you think the black man deserves more rights? They were asked, do you think Martin Luther King Jr.'s protests assist the black man in their cause or only harm it further? Because then it's not a matter of the white person's opinion on black liberation. It's a matter of whether or not they think MLK is doing a good job. And something like 80% of them didn't. And yet, the civil rights movement got passed, and racism is over. As we all know, that solved everything. Malcolm X definitely was not as principled or as effective of a protester as MLK, not even remotely close. However, it is worth pointing out that the FBI allowed MLK to exist. The FBI killed Fred Hampton and destroyed the Black Panther Party. Something was up there, right? There's a reason why the state, and again, keep in mind, it's not like the state liked MLK, right? But there's Hoover told him to kill himself, right? But there's a reason why MLK was allowed to do what he did, and the Black Panther Party wasn't. And there was an immediate collaboration on a city, state, and federal level to destroy the Black Panther Party. And that's because black militancy, real militancy, was very threatening to white hegemony, even though it wasn't popular with white people. Now, keep in mind, the Black Panther Party wasn't violent in the way that you might think they were, right?
As we all learned in a recent conversation on this stream, the Black Panther Party sometimes did do very aggressive actions, like barricading teachers, racist teachers, into a building for 2 days, which famous actor Samuel L. Jackson was a part of. And many people would call that, even to this day, violent. Even though technically no one was hurt, they were terribly inconvenienced. No one was technically hurt.
Had guns and they showed up outside courthouses, but it's not like they were doing mass shootings or whatever, their guns were a statement piece. It was a part of their outfit. It was a way of demonstrating power. But for the most part, the actual tactics they employed were community organizing and showing up at places looking scary. But that was enough to get a lot of their leaders killed or FBI'd in some fashion or another. So why? What about black militancy scared the establishment so much, even though MLK was way more effective on a national scale? Well, this is where I'd say there's more to a protest than optics. There's more to a protest than just the raw percentage value of the population that you can convince. There's way more to it. And Malcolm X understood that, and he acted as a kind of dark parallel to the, relatively, at least in the minds of people broadly, like upstanding and well-to-do and respectable and blah blah thing that MLK was going for. And I think that juxtaposition is worthwhile. Maybe good peaceful protests need at least less perceptively peaceful, because again, the Black Panther Party wasn't like running around shooting people, but they were perceived as less peaceful. Maybe they need that threatening element. Another good example is in India, right? Gandhi was a peaceful guy, and Gandhi led peaceful movements. But do you think there wasn't fighting between
Oh, was there a lot of fighting? Oh, was there a lot of fighting?
the Raj and like Indian, sorry, not the Raj, the British occupiers and like Indian protesters? No, of course there was fighting. India is a huge country. Of course they were fighting. Gandhi was a central figure, of course, but there was an underlying context of violence, and that was real violence, not like the Black Panther Party, who looked scary. In India, they were machine gunning other people to death. It was significant. You see this parallel all over the place too, right? Like Nelson Mandela was a peaceful. Well, Nelson Mandela is really complicated. He did so much stuff; it's difficult to fully characterize him and what he's done and what he said. For the most part, a peaceful and institutionalist individual, somebody who works through procedure, who was willing to be arrested. God, how many times he got arrested? So many times. But there's always an underlying context of. Oh, hi, Loner Bucks. Yeah, of course. I had a delightful time. Thank you very much. There was always a context of violence in terms of the removal of South African apartheid. Obviously, that's not a peaceful environment, and still isn't to this day. There's a lot of resentment lingering in South Africa. That's going to be a problem for a while. The point that I'm getting at here, I want to be clear. Overwhelmingly, I think that the effectiveness of non-peaceful protesting, of like deliberately violent protesting, is determined by two things. One, how peaceful is the country already? Are people used to peace? Are people familiar with peace? Have they come to expect peace? And second, how big of an issue are we talking here, right? This is why, again, like a peaceful movement in Syria, no, you take up a gun. Because in Syria, people don't expect peace. There's not really much of a civil society to, like, work around and through. If you want to do something, you pick up a gun, I assume. Syria, not a nice place. But America is a nice place, at least compared to Syria. So over here, people are used to peace. Wait, seriously? You're serious? That's the same... Oh, okay. Yeah, I know you. You've been in chat for a long time. Nice to hear your voice. I didn't know you were...
For the record, I really like Sirius. You guys might remember Sirius came on this show to argue with me about AI once. We've had actually a couple of conversations with Sirius. I really like Sirius. Sirius is great. Let's continue.
The same person. Syria used to be nice. Okay, well, times change because of us, Western imperial. Well, it's a lot of stuff with Syria. Okay, listen. But we're used to peace here in America. So violence doesn't fly.
Some people in America are used to peace. I don't 100% agree with Vosh on this point, but that's fine. I agree overall with what he's been saying. I don't 100% agree with this part, but that's fine.
Not the way it does in other places. Unless it's for a cause serious enough. For example, right now, and I would never advocate for this, but right now some people, certainly not me, have pointed out that it would be possible with a comparatively small amount of violence to disrupt institutions that will kill, in the long run, hundreds of millions due to climate change. Now, I would never make this argument myself, but some people have. Now, right now, as I understand it, based on the Stop Oil protests in England, people are so antagonistic towards climate protesters that if you even slightly disrupt them, if you're a climate protester and you hold up a lane of traffic for 1 minute, people will come out and beat you to death and everyone will cheer. They just don't care. And this is because
hello, Cherry. Good to see you. Great to see you, Cherry. Hope you're doing wonderfully.
Retarded. That's right. Humans are very bad at understanding big problems that exist outside the scope of their immediate perception. That's the main... It's just an IQ problem, folks, and it affects everyone. Now, over here in the West, we've been mostly lucky enough to exist in institutions and structures that will protect us from the worst and immediate effects of climate change, but not for long. And not even now. as storms grow worse and the tides rise and everything gets worse and food chain gets disrupted and it grows more expensive and climate refugees, people's perception of what is and is not an acceptable threshold for violence will shift, and so too will their familiarity with violence as the world grows darker.
Anyway, I think Vosh is mostly on the money here. There's a bunch of things that are very weird about the violence versus non-violence conversation. For example, one of the things that Doe talks about in the debate, and I highly recommend you guys go check out this debate. You can either watch it over on Vosh's channel, or you can watch President Sunday's end, or Sirius's end. I'm pretty sure all of the people involved have uploaded their version of it, but you can find it anywhere. One of the things that Doe brings up is the fact that in a lot of conversations, in a lot of arguments that are brought forward by so-called proponents of non-violence, what they consider violence is incredibly aggressively defined. Violence is anything from actual physical harm to an individual, all the way to things like property damage, all the way to things like collateral. So like there are studies that have been done on movements that will consider violent action will consider violent action to be if you block a road, and that means that the road is blocked and somebody loses money as a result of that, or potentially somebody might not be able to get to the doctor at a fast enough speed, that these sorts of collateral are sort of included in an encroaching definition of violence. And I think that that's very interesting. It's interesting the way that violence is played with. And yet often, while we can acknowledge that that could be considered a form of violence, on one side, other types of violence are not considered. Like, for example, like what Doe brought up, the fact that that people don't consider it violent, the fact that your house at any moment, if it was convenient to the state, could be eminent domain. You could have the state come in and say, we are building a highway where your house will be. And in fact, that has happened to thousands upon thousands of Americans in the history of the United States. That one day, someone came to your house, knock, 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 and said, here's a paper that says, we're giving you X amount of money for your house. You need to move out by this date because we are going to plow over your house. We're going to plow over your house to build a highway which kills lots of people, kills an unbelievable amount of animals, may destroy the environment in the area around it, and actually removes the place that you live. And that is often considered not violent. It's considered simple procedure of a growing state. So there's a very weird way that violence and non-violence are talked about. And I think that the approach that Doe takes, which is basically the idea that violence is a part of the current political paradigm, and only mental gymnastics would define violence, would be like only extreme mental gymnastics allows you to define violence out of the current political paradigm. That once you acknowledge that fact, that the current political paradigm, the current economic paradigm is built intrinsically to a deep level on violence, the idea of committing yourself to some sort of non-violent political movement becomes completely absurd. Even liberals in Texas agree with Doe's side. Oh, this is the, oh, thank you, by the way. Thank you very much for the donation. I deeply appreciate that. Oh yeah, here we go. This is kind of a perfect example. Neo-Nazis and leftist gun groups face off during a protest at Grand Prairie drag show. Grand Prairie, a protest at an all-ages drag show devolved into a face-off between neo-Nazis and leftist gun groups on Saturday, the latest and most intense confrontation over the performances, which have become a flashpoint in the culture war on LGBTQ rights. Here's some photos. You've got suited up neo-Nazis with a Totenkopf, which is a very, very, that is the symbol of the SS. And then we have, here we have protesters with two armed pro-LGBT protesters, are, as we like to call them here, battle queers. Incredible. Incredible. We've already talked about this extensively on this show, how being prepared and acknowledging the default state of violence allows you to engage in these things in safer and more effective ways. People may argue, oh, it's bad optics to see queer people who are armed. That's true, but optics doesn't have the value of saving lives. We know how many incidents with these neo-Nazis have turned into out-and-out bloodbaths. We've seen for years, over the last 5-6 years of politics especially, we've seen the Proud Boys go to events, start fights, hurt people, and get away with it. Those people's lives are damaged by violence. And of course, that's not even to get into discussions of the police. When Dallas agrees with leftists, it's good optics. Yeah, I have always been of the opinion that the optics argument isn't actually borne out as well as people like to think that it is. The idea that, like, the best optics is laying on the ground and getting beaten, when it is simply true that people take strength from seeing others take strength. Solidarity can be built by seeing people that you know have your back taking a stand. But it's not just about, this conversation isn't just about being prepared for the possibility of violence. This is a conversation about the types of tactics that people should be willing to talk about. For example, the type of behavior or the type of resistance that you see against pipelines, which is almost always focused only on property. People are not injured by a pipeline, by people who are like land defenders and water defenders who are fighting aggressively against the expansion of pipelines. And yet it is framed as an extreme form of violence for people to obstruct the construction or deconstruct the pipeline. So, for example, if a pipeline is being constructed, people protest, prevent vehicles from getting out there to build it, and take apart what's already there. That is sold to the public at large as an extreme violent act. And yet the flip side, which is that a pipeline that is approved at some federal level far, far away, that will literally dump poison into your water supply, that will displace you and potentially ruin your entire life, poison your children, kill the environment, is not considered an act of violence. It's an interesting form of brainwashing that modern capital society has been able to force on people by basically abstracting everything away as economic growth and never actually looking at the harm that's done from it. And a double standard, of course, that's held against protesters, where protesters are expected to only do so in the most subservient way imaginable. You can hold a sign, you can be loud between these hours of the day, and the moment that you go outside of that, the police will declare it an illegal riot, and then they will crack your skull in because you were in violation of the law. Do you guys remember, some of you old school Demon Mama fans will remember my coverage of the Seattle riots way back during the George Floyd stuff. And some of you will recall us watching the footage and seeing the moment that a crowd of people protesting, peacefully protesting, was declared an illegal riot because the police were able to petition a judge to declare a curfew 5 minutes in the future when there's a crowd of people packed shoulder to shoulder that could not even possibly be aware. And the police just go, curfew begins in 5 minutes. Nobody can leave in 5 minutes. Nobody's gonna leave in 5 minutes. And then immediately, this has been declared an illegal riot. And you see the lines break open, the flashbangs go out, the tear gas goes out, the sticks start bashing people's head in. We saw that footage of the cops smashing a guy's head with his bike. And that is a violent protest. The protesters got violent because they violated curfew. So it's a interesting conversation that I think needs to be had. And of course, many people are afraid to even discuss the topic. They're afraid to ever even acknowledge the latent violence that permeates our system. Anyway, all of this is just commentary to encourage you to go check out the conversation. As you can see, it was on Vosh's channel. You can go to his live stream playlist and watch the 3v3 debate. You can go to President Sunday's channel, where I believe President Sunday has it up as both a video and a live stream. So, yeah, I highly recommend going and checking out the full conversation, because all of these people involved, including my lovely Doe, who I adore, had a lot to say about it, and they all did a lot of work for the conversation. So, yeah. There is if you ask the state everything that you do that is in resistance to them in any form is a form of violence. They will define violence in the broadest terms imaginable when it's for you, and they will not define violence at all when it is directed at you. Yeah. It was funny too, at the end of the conversation, one of the people on the anti-violence side was like, or on the non-violent side was like, by the way, a de-arrest will get you 40 years in federal prison, which I don't even think that's accurate. I don't think that's true. We tried to find where that citation came from, a 40-year charge for a de-arrest, and I found that very odd. Just so you guys know, a de-arrest is basically when you're at a protest, if a cop tries to take down a protester and arrest them, people basically rush in and circle the cop and pull them apart so that the person can't be arrested. And this is most common. Interestingly, you'll notice, not a violent tactic. A tactic that literally just involves separating someone from being arrested while at a protest. And most of the time, when it's a de-arrest situation, it's because specifically someone is a peaceful protester and the cops are cracking down for a violation of curfew, or you're at an illegal riot, or your sign was too mean, or you gave me a funny look. And so what will happen is, if somebody's like this, people will basically rush in and separate them so the person can run away and the other people can then book it as well. And that's called a de-arrest. It is a specifically non-violent tactic that is designed to ensure that someone doesn't get clapped in irons for expressing their First Amendment right. Now, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't speak to what the charges might be if you get caught for de-arresting, but isn't it odd that you would have to, that that's the situation we have to even discuss in the first place in America, where protests are so commonly cracked down with unbelievable force by the cops that even non-violent protesters have had to develop a tactic for not getting put in prison and beaten. That should make you think a little bit about the state of affairs. Psychosocialism says, do you think lefty protesters could benefit from learning non-injurious restraint tactics, hard to press for charges or sue for damages when no injuries occur? Of course, I think that's a valuable skill. I think any sort of thing like that is an incredibly valuable skill when you are engaging in as volatile an environment as the United States, especially around protests and various other means of resistance. Brutus Magnuson with the $5 says, don't forget you can also get arrested by making eye contact for too long for mad dogging. Cops will try to build a crime around you on the spot. Yep, it's ridiculous. It's insane. We know this is unjust, and we know that there are tactics to protect people from that. It's funny, too, because, like I said, the denouncement at the end of the stream against de-arresting is super, super easy to do when you're not someone who will ever show their face at a protest or who has ever been in an at-risk population. When you go to a protest to express your First Amendment rights, your right to free speech, when you go there to be able to say, I will not stand for this violence, I will not stand for the murder of innocent people, and you're getting arrested and hit in the head and beaten and shoved around and had a knee put on your neck, it's real easy when you're not staring down the gun of a justice system that is looking to do anything it can. Do you guys remember the charges that were brought against protesters in Atlanta, that they were charging people who were playing music at the Cop City protest? They were trying to charge them with terrorism charges. Do you know how insanely punitive the American justice system is at the current moment in time? The amount of trumped up fake charges, yeah, it sure is easy to be like, oh yeah, you guys shouldn't find any way to like resist that shit, you know, when you're just like, when all you do is just sit in your nice comfy room and talk about things in the abstract sense and, you know, look down your nose at people. It's certainly very easy to say, yeah, don't do that thing, when other people are sitting there looking at years in prison for doing nothing wrong, for not hurting anybody, for making their voice heard. And of course, we know that, do you guys remember when Trump was sending, what was it? It was, Customs and Border Patrol, Customs and Border, yeah, CBP, when Trump had Customs and Border Patrol people snagging people off the street? How do you think those people felt? What do you think those people were guilty of that justified them being treated like that? It's interesting how the state can just kind of come up with any reason to treat you like hell, to hurt you, to permanently injure you, to scar you for life, to damage your ability to get work in the future. And yet anybody who dares say that's fucking wrong and we shouldn't allow that to happen, we should find ways to safely prevent that to the best of our ability, are like, oh, you're an extremist. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. It's absurd. Anyway, that was just my rant, building off of the conversation about nonviolence versus violence. The political paradigm, the political status quo is inherently incredibly, incredibly violent. And I have to say, I agree with Doe 100% in saying that to pretend that it isn't and to act as though violent tactics are always off the table is an absurd statement. No one would do this. Here's an example. One more example to sell you. Do you guys remember? All of us here are super familiar with the Russian invasion into Ukraine. Do you remember how that was done? We watched it. Do you guys remember how it started? Ukraine was sitting there. Putin went on television and announced, I'm using my powers as the Prime Minister of Russia to sign a special military engagement act that will allow us to move into Ukraine. He literally wrote a law into action that said it is legal for us to attack your country now. So when you're dealing with people who can pull that type of thing, are you really going to say that Ukrainians responding by building Molotov cocktails so they can set Russian tanks on fire, arming themselves up, going to their local militia and getting armed to the teeth so that they can fight back against people who are actively invading their country? Are you going to tell me that they're the violent ones? Well, you're right. It is violent action, but so was the invasion in the first place. You see what I'm saying here? When violence is the norm, you can never rule out violence in the name of self-defense. You can never rule out that option. Anyway, Raptie says, Portland got invaded by feds with live ammo caches who were prepared to gun down protesters in Portland. Yeah, I showed on this stream a clip of a clearly a live stream. We watched this live stream of a not a protester, of a member of the press, who was covering the uprisings in Portland, who had, I'm not even kidding you, they showed themselves, they were marked with press everywhere. They were telling every cop, I'm with the press. They were not engaging in any sort of actions. They were very clearly keeping their distance. And we watched them. We watched a Portland Police Bureau truck drive by and look the guy in the face and throw a flashbang out of the door of their open vehicle, hit him directly in the chest, and then his live stream went down. We watched that happen. The behavior on display is not so, it's not all the, you know, when you hear these conversations about nonviolence, it's always, they always like to put the focus on, oh, well, you gotta make sure you're voting and your representatives are trying hard for you. Well, trying hard is great, but when the paradigm, when the status quo is that type of behavior, journalists, explicitly marked journalists, medics, people like that getting beaten and hit with grenades is insane. That's insane. That's off the cuff. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. This has been my little rant about violence and non-violence and how the conversation is totally fucked. You guys really should go check out the conversation between Doe, Lonerbox, President Sunday, Sirius, and Professor Meat and Wick, which Vosh modded. You can find it on Vosh's channel, President Sunday's channel, Wick's channel. All of them have a copy of this conversation up. Go check it out. And also, if you enjoyed this little conversation, press subscribe and like down below. The likes mean the world to me. Thank you very, very much. Hey, thank you so much, Stoat Savvy. Happy to have you here. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Discordant Vol with the tier 3 sub. Thank you very, very much. Deeply, deeply appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. Really means the world to me. I'm going to try and make sure I get all the donos by the end of the stream. Niana with the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. It was so nice to see Doe. Its voice in the space is so, so appreciated. Would always love to see more of it. Likewise. Likewise, but you know, it's a lot. All right. Well, I mean, we could even, Raptie, I mean, you have every reason to be heated about it. But also keep in mind that, like, the quote-unquote less than lethal tactics that were used, that were used in Portland included things like sound cannons, which do incredible physical damage and can permanently ruin your hearing. They can even kill you when they're not used properly. And let's just say cops don't exactly have a great track record of using their weaponry effectively. Valhalla Video said, did you catch it like Doe did when Lonerbox said to film activists in order to give evidence to cops of illegal activity? I didn't catch that. Like I said, I missed most of the conversation, and I'm going to be catching up on the rest of it. I got to catch the beginning and the end of the conversation, but I missed out the middle because I had to go run some errands. But yeah. Living in Jeopardy with the $10. I enjoyed talking with you and others in the VC on Kefl's stream. I hope you've been well after all the tension in this space. I also really enjoy your video content. Well, thank you very much. I've been doing my best to stay well, but I'm taking a vacation because it's gotten really, really stressful, and I need some time to, like, clear my thoughts and come up with some new ideas and take some time away because the stress this year has been out of control. Thank you very, very much. Girl with a guitar says, I'm literally from Minneapolis and I saw cops do this shit in my neighborhood. Yup. Yup, yup, yup. Juniper System says, yeah, they use LRAD devices, and they also use and also the feds used hexachlorothane crowd control dispersal devices, which are banned by the military. Yeah, it's insane. It's deranged, the level of tactics that are allowed to be used on protesters. The criminalization of expressing your fundamental constitutional rights are out of control. Out of control. Yeah. It's tyrannical. Yes, it is. It's violent. Like I said, the standard operating procedure of our system is violence. All right, real quick, we got a meme, and then I got to do a quick rundown of what we're doing tonight so you all can know what we're talking about. So we're going to watch this Kinnikuman meme real quick, and then I'm going to give you the rundown of what we're doing tonight, and then we're jumping into our first segment of the night. So let's do the meme with no further ado. Let's do it. Ooh. Oh, this is a different game. Oh, it's a different game this time. The neck breaker. Gay-o! True gay-o! When you need to break someone's back, but you can't just do it once, you need to make sure you send a message so you break it 3 times before they hit the ground. Okay, that would have broken his own neck there. I gotta be honest. Alright, those were sick. Not quite as artistic as the other game, but that makes sense because it's a 3D game. That was fun. That was fun. That was fun. Sardonic Plague says, what's with all the Kinnikuman memes? We have a fan, a very strong fan in chat, a longtime OG imp who's a big fan of the Kinnikuman memes, and I just like them. Generally, I just think the Kinnikuman memes are great. No more memes. We don't have time, Mr. Krabs. We can't do 2 today. I am almost out of time. You'll have to save it for the next stream. I'm sorry. We're running out of time. All right. My lovely imps, here's the plan for tonight, okay? Here's the plan. I'm sorry. We gotta make good time, okay? I only got so much energy because I got a lot of work to do in the coming weeks. So, first, we are going to be sitting down with Ryan Beard. For those of you who don't know, Ryan Beard is a fairly large YouTuber who requested coming on to talk about the general issue of the constant bloodshed in lefty spaces. So I'm going to sit down with Ryan Beard, and we're going to talk about our general feelings on it, our histories with these spaces, our thoughts about drama and blood in the online left. It should be a very, very interesting conversation. Again, it's going to be very chill, and the aim is going to be very productive. I can't guarantee there won't be any debate, but the goal is going to be to try and make sense of some of the nightmarish behavior that's been in these spaces that is genuinely making people miserable. And trust me, People are fucking miserable in these spaces, but we're going to get into that. After that, I am going to be sharing some extremely good news with you all. Raptie, who you all know from chat, is going to be coming on the stream to tell us about some incredibly encouraging healthcare news that just happened in Oregon, which is very, very, very good information. So make sure you pay attention to that, especially if you live in Oregon or if you are thinking about moving to Oregon. It's specifically important to trans people and undocumented people. These are going to be very, very relevant pieces of information to you. Oregon had a major victory recently. Finally, after that, I am going to be showing you guys the live footage of Mitch McConnell.exe crashing in real time. And I have to tell you about an absolutely insane Ron Desantis Nazi situation. What? Ron DeSantis? Another Nazi situation? Oh, that's right. And this one is the absolute worst yet. So that's what we're going to be doing tonight. And then at the end, I'm probably going to just spend some time maybe playing a little bit of piano with you all. You know, maybe chit-chatting a little bit, because this is probably going to be my last stream before I go on a pretty long vacation. I'm going to be still uploading things to the channel while I'm gone, but there won't be a live stream probably for at least a little bit. I need some time to think about some big projects that I'm working on, including, by the way, we are making huge progress to the first piece of Demon Mama merch. So you guys, I don't want to set a hard date, but this year we are probably going to get, and I mean legit, okay? It's going to be fucking legit. Just let me tell you, you guys are going to love it, okay? It's a huge project. I've been working on it without telling anybody. And also, we are planning a big community signal night. So if you guys are excited to get to call into the show, we are planning a community signal night. That means you all callers will be able to call in, and that's going to be planned for early September, early to mid-September. So, yes, we will be planning on doing international shipping for those who need it. It might be a little more expensive, but that's okay. You guys are going to love this, I promise. So I'm working on a ton of things. I'm going to be gone on vacation, etc., but we'll talk about all that then. Now, I got to get this worked out. Let me get this. All right, so we're going to, hold on. Let me get this set up. All right, I'm going to call Ryan Beard. Here we go. Hopefully this will work. I'm going to need to make sure my video settings are working. Oh, that's probably the problem. There we go. There we go. Hello.
Let me make sure that I've closed down your stream so that
awesome.
I'm not hearing two things at once. What's up? Is this working?
Yeah, it is actually. Let me just real quick. I gotta change my text here. And real quick, can I just ask you your pronouns?
My pronouns are any. You can call me whatever the fuck
based.
you want. Yeah.
All right. Cool. Based. All right. And 1 second. Let me just get the Discord up here and working real quick. All right. Here we go. Perfect. All right. We can see your camera on stream. And
awesome.
Real quick, I just wanted to test your audio. Can I get a quick, like a test from you real quick?
Test.
All right. I'm going to just bump you up just a tiny bit. And that should do it. All right. Perfect. Well, Ryan, welcome to the show. Thank you so very much for coming on. Please introduce yourself, shout out your channel, let everybody know what you're all about, because there's probably a bunch of people here who aren't familiar with you, even though I'm sure some are.
Sure, yeah, thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
I would say I'm a commentary YouTuber. I would say I fall into like that general sphere. I am a leftist, so I definitely like dabble my toe in talking about like leftist topics, but I wouldn't consider myself like a leftist political creator necessarily.
Okay.
Especially recently, I've been trying to like shift back my content more towards like focusing on comedy and music and stuff like that, because I feel like that's really where I shine as a creator, not as much like giving super in-depth political takes, because I'm honestly not like incredibly educated about like leftist theory and whatnot. But
That's fair. A lot of people aren't. It's still especially, I don't know, especially in the English speaking world, the leftist theory is not commonly taught. It's not something that people like naturally come into contact with most of the time, so that makes sense.
I wish
awesome.
it was. I wish that in history class you'd get a more honest representation of leftist theory, but obviously that's not going to happen. So
Me too. I feel like American history classes can't even handle like a basic truth about history, about our own history, let alone like being able to introduce people to other like political lines of thought. Yeah.
And then Donald Trump is like, "Oh, it's too far woke. You know, we need to make it even more dishonest." So,
yeah, we need to be the
we
only
love it.
thing that you actually learn is every history class is just another retelling of like George Washington chopping down the cherry tree and then being like, "Oh, mommy, I'm sorry, I lied." That sort of thing.
And then the first Thanksgiving dinner where they're all hugging each other. That's,
yeah, exactly. And it's like, "Ooh, the turkey's great this year, isn't it?" And everybody just does a little song. Yeah, that's all you're gonna get. Yeah, unfortunately.
exactly.
Well, I mean, I am very happy that Comrade Joe Biden eliminated the possibility of the 1776 project ever coming around. To be fair, I think basically Comrade anybody would have been able to pull off that one. That was a pretty Donald Trump's history rewriting project was ridiculous. Yeah. Well, anyway, thank you so much for coming on. Thank you so much for shouting yourself out and introducing yourself to everybody. So what you had initially wanted to, at least that we talked about prior, was talking about sort of the bloody state of the online left, and that is something that I have talked about a lot recently, but a lot generally. I've been in the much more explicitly political spaces since I basically started my channel. When I first started my channel was like almost exclusively politics. I did debates. I was a debate sis, a debate bro streamer, whatever you want to call it. That kind of thing was like my jam. And then over time, I was like, I'm kind of done with this. I'm done with the debate stuff. I felt like the actual debate content was getting really toxic as far as like how they're set up and whatnot. And so
especially in like the Twitch poll space a couple years ago, I feel like it was even more toxic.
Yeah, it started with it was interesting because there are some I feel like there are trends that happened within the Twitch poll space that are reflected at the like lefty politics writ large. Like I think that there's a lot of parallels there, where there started with a lot of people with generally amicable relations and the ability to sit down and have conversations about important topics, and then it just over time kept giving in to the like sort of lowest drama urges. Not that there wasn't always some level of drama. Obviously, there was like, I mean, I even was like, I was excited to bring spice. I would get pretty intense in the debates, although I tried to keep it to the debate and not carry it beyond and like hate people. I was just like, I'm going to be intense in this debate. I'm not going to mince words. But anyway, yeah, the Twitch poll is like actually gone. Like there's nothing left of it. Even Twitch doesn't even have a politics section anymore, which is wild. I mean, I guess it might actually. I'm pretty sure they rolled it into just chatting, which is weird.
Why do you think that is? Was Twitch like cracking down on having like spicy conversations or things like that, or?
Yeah, for sure. There was a lot of stuff you used to be able to talk about and do on Twitch that they've actually made like explicit rulings on. Like, I mean, one of them is just like their slur policy, which seems fairly like, oh, what? Like you can't even refer to slurs in like a analytical sense
educational
anymore. Yeah, so like I would, I couldn't do a segment talking about like the F slur or the T slur and its historical usage, even as a trans person and a gay person. Like, so that was one thing.
And
but of course,
didn't Hassan get temporarily banned for saying cracker or something?
yes, that also happened. That was I
Yeah.
had a funny stream when that happened. That was after I had already switched over to YouTube, because I'm a YouTube streamer now. But I started on Twitch, and and the other thing too was another one that started happening was, this one actually was more impactful than the slur policy, because obviously, you know, talking about slurs in an analytical context is pretty niche. It's not going to happen all that often, even though it kind of sucks to not be able to talk about it, frankly, to have to dance around it. But what really hurt it was they made a ruling that you can't watch footage that contains hateful content or hate symbols or hate language, even to oppose it, which basically means, I mean, you couldn't talk about parts of January 6th, for example, without risk of your channel. So it had this freezing effect of basically, okay, so we can't. An example of this would be, you know, I don't know if you've heard about, I'm going to talk about this later in the show. I don't know if you heard about Ron DeSantis's campaign, and that they ran an ad that had a black sun in it, and and you can't play that to talk about it on Twitch without running a genuine risk of your channel being hit. So it just had this freezing effect. Over time, there were more and more changes that just seemed to be pushing people away from politics as a platform. I mean, they explicitly said, I don't remember who it was, I couldn't give you an exact quote, but one of their sort of like community leadership was just like, yeah, we want Twitch to focus on gaming more than other stuff. And so that just kind of, for a lot of people, was like, okay, this is clearly not going to be, there's not going to be any like, it's hostility to that. And, you know, the actual politics space itself, the people who were active in the politics tag, the people who were sort of networking in, you know, in that sort of space, it got super bloody, like so bloody. It's hard to even like, I mean, there are comparisons to now, but I feel like it was just so much worse. It got so bad. And then so nobody was working with each other. The content was drying up. It was becoming increasingly insular, and there was just so much bad blood that the tag started to die, and people were just doing other things. And you know, go ahead, please. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. So, something that I've noticed that is kind of interesting is, as I watch political creators over the years, it does feel like there's always this like inevitable something goes wrong and the bridge gets burned between this creator and that creator, and some massive thing blows up. And I feel like I haven't noticed that happen as much in like the commentary community, which I consider myself more on like the commentary side. Like I would consider myself, like, I'm really good friends with like Nick is Not Green. I don't know if you've heard of him before.
I'm loosely familiar to Nick is Not for Nick is Not Green, or with Nick is Not Green. Yeah.
Yeah, like Nick is Not Green, Ethan is Online. Like these are more like commentary type people, but we are leftists as well. But I've just noticed that I just feel like there hasn't been as much drama and infighting. Like obviously an occasional drama will pop up where, you know, we'll talk about, oh, this person had like a bad take or something. But I feel like, why do you think it is that the political space is so, I mean, maybe it is just the nature of politics that makes it so much more rife with like people burning bridges and feeling like they have to attack each other. And I just to be clear, coming into this conversation, I don't want to act like I'm up on some high horse. I definitely have engaged in the infighting. I try to engage in a way that I'm like, okay, maybe I can come at this from like a constructive angle, but you know, if I don't always hit the mark with that necessarily. So
sure. And just for the record, I'm not like super interested in like hashing out any specific you know, dramas or beefs or anything like that. I'm more interested in like, and maybe you're in a different direction. That's fine. We can work that out. But at least for me, I'm more interested in having just a general discussion about the space and the trends in the space, and at least that's for me. But so why do I think that the politics space struggles with this so much? I mean, there's a couple of reasons. I think first off, I think that like politics generally has this issue of intrinsically people perceiving it as more important than it is, or not just more important than it is, but important in a different way is a better way that I should say it. People think that like every single action that's taken in a political space is like immediately impacting the future of the world to a good or bad place. And as a result, this leads to like, there's so many downstream effects of this. I mean, some people lean into that really, really hard. There are creators who basically sell themselves as the avatar of a revolution. Like, and I mean that, like, there are people who will explicitly say, like, I'm out here, you know, we're challenging the system as it is, and we're bringing, I mean, you see this on the right, but you also see this on the left with people who basically sell themselves as, like, I am a political movement, I am going to bring you the future that will make you feel happy, and this sort of messianic quality is one
kind of like setting yourself up as an ideologue, and like if people don't step in line with exactly what you're saying, then they're, you know, an enemy to your movement or something.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. That's like definitely yeah, that's exactly one of the things. I think that it's like that, where it's like there's this perception that like because politics is talking about something important. Politics is important. We can all acknowledge that politics is incredibly important. It affects a huge part of our lives. I mean, it is arguably everything in our lives is political in one way or another. And so the space has that quality, and it does lean itself to people taking themselves as like a creator in a space, as like a YouTuber, or even worse, like as like a tweeter or a poster, that people thinking that like, no, what I am doing is an intrinsic part of the communist future, or the whatever future, the socialist future, or whatever.
I think I think that can sometimes be a backlash to how insufferable like apolitical people can be, where they're like, oh, why does everything need to be so political? And you're like, no, things are political, like politics are important. But then I agree, you can go too far in the other direction, where you can allow your ego to start making you feel like, you know, that you are the next, you know, Karl Marx, or the next, you know, MLK or something, when you're really just you know, you only have an audience of, obviously being a YouTuber and being able to speak to like thousands of people is a pretty cool thing, but you still have to also keep that in perspective, that like you're not going to be changing the world. Like this has to be like an incremental thing, you know?
It has, you're a part, you could be a part of something bigger without like, without
it's all about
completely
ego,
misrepresenting it. Yeah, there is a huge ego effect, but I mean, I think also like the internet generally makes it hard for people to like grasp like, what does having 1,000 followers mean? What does having 1,000 live viewers mean? You know, what do like, it's hard to gauge these things. It's really hard. So a lot of people kind of like, I think, just wing it, you know? And I think what that can lead to is like, on a large scale, it can lead to like just totally unreasonable what's the right word, projections or projections of harm, like people like saying, oh well, you said this thing wrong and that's bad politics in my mind, which means because you're this size and you have this much followers or whatever, that means you did a bad thing and you're hurting the future that I'm hoping for. Where in reality, I think it's much more likely to be like, most of the things that people do is like not to that scale, and that there are, of course, specific examples, but I feel like people should take more time to actually like hammer out what harm is being alleged here, because a lot of it is just like sort of empty. This person did that thing. And, you know, people talk about this with like, you know, call out culture in the past and then cancel culture, and that gets weaponized by people who actually do have a huge impact to completely wash their hands of any sort of responsibility. But I think a lot of it boils down to the fact that like, there's a confounding effect by this all being online politics. It's hard to know exactly how much of an impact is being had by anybody. Which, you know, my answer to that is, of course, like, be more, I urge people constantly to be more, serious and specific when they're making a claim, or when they're saying somebody, X person did this. Okay, what effect did that actually have? Show that. If you're gonna take the time to go after somebody, and I think that, to tie this back to what you were saying about like maybe the commentary community, and I think this is true about other communities too, where the drama seems so different in nature, or it seems so much like less intense. I think part of that is because there is no presumption that like, oh, okay, so this person is fighting with that person. Oh, you're an idiot. You're an asshole. You called me this. You offended my partner or whatever. And that's that. It is what it is. Whereas in politics spaces, it all gets laundered into some sort of larger political issue. Somebody can't just be an asshole. Somebody can't just be an idiot. Somebody can't have just misspoke. It has to be tied to some greater thing. This person said this thing and has prevented us from getting communism, and workers are going to continue to be exploited because of this. And it's like, okay, is that really true? Or do you just think this person's a stupid asshole? And so when talking about like all of this, it's like, I find it really important to like be specific when we're bringing allegations against somebody else or whatever. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or extrapolating like someone did a bad action, so therefore they're a bad person. Like you can have someone who has done a bad thing and you can criticize them for the bad thing without needing to extrapolate that out, that they're like a completely harmful force in the space, or that they need to be like excommunicated from the space.
Yeah.
And I feel like I see a lot of people on like the more debate bro side of things talking about how like we shouldn't be so quick to like, gatekeep leftism and be like, oh, we need to excommunicate people from the left. But then I do see them then sometimes saying like, oh, we actually do need to like excommunicate these people because these people are making like shitty accusations towards us. So then therefore they need to be excommunicated from the left. And it's like, yeah, maybe I think I definitely have felt like I'm someone who feels kind of caught in the middle on things, but then no one likes a fence sitter. No one likes someone who's like saying, oh, both sides, like I totally understand that when I say like there are toxic behaviors on both sides, that is like a red flag to especially people in leftist spaces, because that comes across so much like the centrists that are like, oh, the left and the right are both equally bad or something.
Yeah. And I mean, that's something that I myself have like, I always try, I'm always worried about whenever I do decide to commentate on a drama or involve my opinion on something that doesn't directly affect me, or that only affects me in a tangential way. I always feel like I always feel like I want to be able to like urge people to take caution or whatever, without minimizing like stuff that really has hurt, like where people have been hurt. But it is complicated by like, I don't know, it is complicated by all that we've been talking about so far. And
how much do you think someone has a responsibility if like someone in their in-group does something harmful or does something bad in some way? How much do you think that like you have a responsibility to like call that out and criticize it? Because that's something that I've been running into where I'm like, is it even worth it for me to be giving all my takes on all this leftist info? Like it is me even voicing my opinions on Twitter about this? Is this even having any sort of positive impact or any sort of like benefit towards the cause? Because I see both sides of it, where like, if you just allow bad behavior to fester in your community and you never like call out, hey, you need to stop doing XYZ, then that can foster ways that people can be getting hurt in the community. But then if you call it out too much, then it descends into this, thing where we're weakening our own movement because we're constantly fighting each other. Whereas I feel like a lot of times more strong political movements are ones where people aren't always like at each other's throats,
Yeah. So with regard to like how much responsibility do people have to call one another out? I mean, I think that viewers, I know that my chat's probably going to get really mad at me, but they can suck it, frankly. Viewers have a totally parasocial relationship with every single person in all of these spaces, and they want blood all the time. So they want everyone who has ever even so much as mentioned somebody else or talked to them or had a conversation with them to call out everyone all the time, because they're always looking for more drama, and they always believe that, like, if you've sat down and talked to somebody on one occasion, that you have made you basically are family now, is from their perspective. And so I think that most like chatters are completely deranged with regard to like this conversation about like you know, responsibility to call out other people. And that goes especially true, not even just chatters. Twitter posters are insane when it comes to so-called accountability. And I mean, I think that the responsibility to like call out your own becomes higher like when you're like when you engage more in the in like the fight, you know. I don't know, like I often, you know,
if the only thing you're ever doing all day is sitting on Twitter and calling people out, but you're not really doing anything that is actually like advancing the leftist cause, you know,
yeah,
and your entire day is just being consumed by calling people out, then that might. But it's like, how do we even advance the leftist cause as like, because that's something that I fall into where I'm like, what even is my place in the world as a commentary YouTuber? Like my job is to criticize people. I mean, that's what being a commentary YouTuber is. It's like find something bad someone does and criticize it, and that's like all that I do like for a living.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like at least for the way that I talk about it, I'm always like, my chat can even tell you, I'm super upfront with the fact that like, at most, I'll call myself an edutainer. I usually call myself an entertainer. I try to be pretty clear about that. I'm a very politically opinionated person. Most of my content is very political in nature. But like, at least for me, I try to be very aware of my role as a YouTuber. That like at the end of the day, like that's what I have, and that's the way that I can impact the world. But it's limited. You know, I will never be in a position to like make policy. That is not like, I mean, maybe if I like was super passionate about that and I spent my life like trying to run for office or something, it's possible. But like, I don't have that type of background. I came from nowhere, middle of nowhere, super rural background, you know, and then I managed to start a YouTube channel where people thought I was funny and interesting and had, you know, fun, you know, compelling things to say about political topics. So I don't know. I try to keep that in scope and just go, okay, that's what my role is I can prompt people to think harder about a topic. I can hopefully maybe inspire them to have conversations with their friends about those topics. But like, I can't influence directly like what policies get made or whatever. I can do some really cool. But yeah, so it's like, I don't know. I think that like keeping that in scope is really important, but yeah, it's hard. It's a hard question.
I think primarily, yeah, we're just entertainers. Our basic job is to like sit down, talk on camera, entertain people, and then make money from that engagement. I mean, that's the main thing. Hopefully, you know, the benefit on top of that is that we can like in some way influence the way people think in some way, you know, whether that's just 10 people get influenced or maybe that's a couple thousand people get influenced. I do think we have the ability to make a difference on some scale, but not on the scale that like, yeah, you were saying that people's egos can get inflated to the point where they think that they're the leaders of the revolution.
Yeah, and I mean, I do think that like sometimes there can be a huge effect. Like, I mean, I don't think that any individual person in like the like to draw from an example on the right, like the alt-right pipeline, I don't think any of those people, I mean, hell, TJ Kirk did a video, I think it was called like how I, you know, accidentally created the anti-SJW genre. And I really like that video. It's a video where he talks about like what his headspace was when he was making that content, and how like at the time it was like his perception of content making was just completely different than his perception now. That it was like a joke space where he could like play a character on the internet and do these things, and that he was never thinking about like what types of downstream effects that would have. And, you know, how he's changed his perspective on that. But I like that video because I think that, like, a lot of people, I don't think that even the people who do think about that a lot can actually meaningfully predict exactly what their impact is going to be. You never know, like, exactly when you're going to be a part of a trend or something that goes viral. I think it's good to keep it in mind, but you can never really know that stuff. I mean, hell, sometimes you'll be sitting at home, you know, being lazy or whatever. You're like, I don't want to stream today, and then you get a notification one of your old videos is blowing up for some reason because some completely unpredictable thing happened. And it's like, so like that kind of thing, you know, complicates stuff. And I don't know, I do think that, like, you know, I'm not trying to say that, like, I don't think that online content creation is impactful. I definitely think it is, and I want to see more people, more like lefty creators making stuff, because, like, oh god, recently there's been this on YouTube Shorts, there's been this trend of like Ben Shapiro and Michael Knowles, but specifically Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire people, like reacting to with almost no additional commentary, just like comedy specials. And then he'll be like, yeah, you know, it's really true, that's why wokeness is bad. And it'll be like a YouTube short of just like basically stolen content with like you know, Ben Shapiro sitting there nodding and smiling.
Is that even like is that even really transformative? Like, yeah,
I mean, good question. The shorts aren't policed as much, it seems, but even still, like I would love it if there was, you know, if people would land on like a lefty leaning person more, you know, than instead of somebody who's going to slowly work them into a position of being like anti-woke. But these things are really hard to predict. And
that's something that I have thought about with my channel from the get-go, is kind of the idea of trying to make videos that touch on, you know, kind of what is like a trending topic, or like a more something people are talking about in the news, and then kind of like subtly like place those like leftist ideas in there, with the hopes that you can bring kind of a wider audience to think about leftist ideas without like, because if you just put out a blatantly leftist video, that's obviously going to appeal to leftist people. But sometimes I think it's good to make videos that might appeal more towards the center, so that you can like subtly implant those ideas. And I think right-wing people understand this a lot better than left-wing people a lot of times. I think that Ben Shapiro, the left is way better at like making movies and like making good entertainment than the right, but I feel like the right is sometimes better at understanding the way that with like internet culture, like that you should be trying to appeal towards like bringing people over to your side, not always just like having the most insular community where you just kind of circle jerk about topics you already all agree on, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the right has a bit of an advantage in that like they can play to a lot of what they do is just playing to pre-existing prejudice.
Because they have the hegemony on their side.
Yeah, they can say, you know, hey, you know what about women? Women be shopping, haha, and then that'll be, you know, that'll get them boosted because a ton of people already have that opinion because they inherited it from their parents or whatever. So I do think there's an advantage on the right on that, but I do think that like there is great value. I mean, one of the things that I've talked about, like in the past in these conversations, like I mean the argument about the value of debate has been one that has gone back and forth in these spaces since I've been in them. Like people are like, debate is totally useless, and
why?
And I don't.
Sorry to interrupt you, but like, why do people argue about that so much? It's like, why do we need to keep arguing about like whether video essays or debates are better? It's such a pointless argument.
It is pointless.
I don't know.
And
I don't
also
get
it's
it.
kind of funny because it's like, well, if that's true, then why are you arguing about it? You know, if the debate is, if you're arguing, you're just wasting your own time by your own beliefs. Like if the debate doesn't matter, then who cares? Just, you know, right? Like your debate on debates won't matter.
Yeah, or that like video essays can sometimes basically be just like a one-way debate where your opponent can't respond. You know,
I mean, it is functionally that, and the thing is, like, I think that both of these things can be useful in a similar way. I used to rant about people, like, I used to sort of poke a lot of fun at like the de-radicalization conversation because I don't know if you know this, but maybe you do, but I grew up in a cult. Like, my childhood was spent in a super Christian cult, a very radical one. So like de-radicalization is something that like I experienced firsthand as a lifelong, early in my adulthood, leaving an extreme environment and trying to live a life outside of that environment. And then watching other family members leave that church, that extreme church as well, and find their way and change their views. I don't think that de-radicalization like correlates with online content like in any of the ways that people try to talk about it. Like, I don't think that video essays or debates are a huge part of de-radicalization. I think they can be helpful. They can be supplementary. Where I do think they're useful is in inoculating people to manipulative ideas, in making them familiar to potentially like toxic, or like helping people avoid conspiratorial thinking, teaching people to be like a little more critical and skeptical. These are all things I think that online debates and video essays can both be very valuable in this. But in my experience, at least, in my very intimate experience with these sort of radical spaces, I just don't think that like if you're in a radical space, you're never going to see a video outside of your space. And even if you do, you're going to have 100 different internal defenses that will make you dismiss that video. The thing that de-radicalizes people is people in their life, usually life experiences, things that they bump into. And I mean, I can speak from experience that like there were a lot of atheist videos that were of value to me once I had left the church, but when I was still in it, I was not open to that at all. The only thing that was able to get through to me was a really close friend who was willing to sit there and just have hours-long conversations about religion and beliefs with me, and was like, they had fun with that sort of thing. So it was kind of a miracle, and so did I. So we would just go back and forth, and it led me on this very personal level to connect with somebody else and go, oh, wow, they're really taking the time to make me think about this in a different way. Whereas a video, I would just be like, that's propaganda, and you're literally programmed to like avoid that type of thing. So I don't know.
I think I think my take
is,
I think my take on that is I think online content can help with de-radicalization, but I totally agree with you that it's very rare that someone's going to get like fully de-radicalized without some sort of like real life human person in their life that is helping them. Because I was raised in a conservative Christian household. I wasn't in like a cult, and I feel like I did have parents that encouraged critical thinking, and they weren't like terrible people. So I think that helped me along my journey of that. And my mom has actually recently, I think she was a conservative, but she's recently like a pretty liberal person. So it's been cool seeing her go down sort of a de-radicalization path as well, or not radical, because she's never been radical, but at least a like leftward movement. But I have a bit of a different experience. I think that when I was younger, definitely when I was like, I'd say like early high school, if I would see like an atheist video or a video that had like more left-wing ideas, I'd be much more dismissive over it. But I think it was just like a gradual process that the more and more I looked into these things and watched the videos, I just slowly warmed up to the ideas. And then it's been kind of a gradual process from there for me.
I do think that like for people who aren't like super radicalized, that like the media can have more of an impact in changing their minds, which is like,
that is true. I never was like a full-on radicalized. I was just like your average conservative teenager, basically.
And that's one of the things I do think, that like all of this type of content, debate and video essays and all of these things where you're making you're putting forward a specific argument for a topic, or something that you believe in or whatever. I think those things are like I do think they're valuable in that front. You know, I guess I was talking about the de-radicalization thing just because I hear it as something that people bring up all the time, and it's one of those things where I'm like, I don't know if these things function as like de-radicalizers. Like, I don't know, but I do think that they can impact people and get people to think about things differently. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I do content at all, is because I want people to think, you know, differently about subjects. I recently did a video about environmentalism, trying to get people to think about environmentalism differently, and to actually think about environmentalism instead of just sort of like, you know, climate change as like a political buzzword, like getting people to engage,
Think
with, like,
more deeply.
well, you know, why do we care so much? You know, what is the thing, and like how do we adopt a mindset that like will help us, and that includes combating climate change as part of a greater set of beliefs and values. So I do think that people's minds can be changed. I know my mind has been changed by videos, and so
I would say probably I would say ContraPoints would probably be the person I would point to as like the biggest person that changed me over from like more of like centrist to like leftist. Like, I really connected with ContraPoints videos.
Yeah.
I think my biggest issue with debate is just the fact that I wish it worked more like a dialectic, I guess is the word, where like if someone makes a good point in a debate, it's seen as like you're losing if you like are like, oh yeah, that's a good point, I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah.
Because you're basically like ceding ground to the other side in the debate, and that's that person like beating you. Like, I wish that debates worked more like conversations, because it feels less like it can sometimes feel less like we're trying to get to the truth of the matter and more like we're trying to like beat the other side, you know.
Well, and I think that is almost impossible to overcome in these spaces, and the reason for that is because it's personalities clashing. It is brands clashing. It is people who are representing their channel and their community, and there's an ego on the line, and there's reputation on the line, and there's, you know, money on the line in the big picture. I don't know how you avoid that in YouTube stuff, and that's one of the limitations of the debate, because I think that, like, you know, when I was engaged in debate a lot, you know, I would tell people specifically, like, these debates aren't between you and the other person. You are speaking to their audience through your conversation with them, and that is always the case with these conversations. And I think that, like,
and that's why I don't think I could do debate, because my brain just doesn't really work that way. When I'm having a conversation with someone, I want it to feel like we can connect on things and not like we're just trying to like speak past each other to influence an audience in that way. That's why I definitely prefer conversations over debates.
Yeah, I think conversations like this can have a connective effect, and they do diffuse the ego a bit, because there's no longer like a community versus community, brand versus brand thing. I don't know that I know that some people will point to that as, like, you know, making the debate itself completely valueless. I don't think it does. I just think that people have to engage.
I don't think it does either.
Yeah, it has to be engaged with a different paradigm. Like, I mean, I
know I've been critical, but I do think debate can serve a purpose of like, if someone makes a really good, there have been times where I watch debates and someone makes a really good point I hadn't thought of, and then that really influences my way of thinking moving forward. It's just not something that I would be good at, because my brain doesn't function very well in that way.
Yeah, and it's hard too, because a lot of you know, when you're engaging in some of these higher stakes debates, sometimes reaching the audience is very difficult, because you know, the moment the debate ends, that person is going to immediately start reframing things for their audience, and it's hard to predict. You know, you could have a killer debate showing, and really hit all of the good points, but the other person is just better at selling it to their audience afterwards. So they in the after talk,
twisting,
you know,
and manipulating.
Yeah, they just say, yeah, well, you know, this is that, and this is the other thing. I mean, I feel like certain like certain people are so good at, I mean, they've primed their audience such to be a demagogue. An example of this is like how a lot of like scientist types, like, you know, the Bill Nyes and the Richard Dawkins and all those during the atheism time, they wouldn't argue with certain Christians. Like Ken Ham was a famous example where just nobody would engage with that guy. And part of the reason is because like his audience was so primed that there was no way that they were ever going to engage, no matter how good you did. He would immediately spin it into a sermon afterwards about how, this is proof that like God has, you know, sent these people from Satan to try and test us.
Yeah.
And it does more harm to even engage them. So, you know, there's this whole science to like, there's this whole, I wouldn't even say science. There's an arcane element to deciding what debates are worth having. And sometimes no matter how good you do, even if you're the best debater on the planet, that person might just be able to reframe the narrative. I mean, God knows. I mean, I've had some debates where I was strong, but because in the following week somebody took a clip out of context or whatever and was able to spin a narrative off that it didn't even matter how good I did or how good my argument was or how prepared I was. Which is a whole problem.
There's just the problem of like audience size. Like if you as a small creator are debating someone with hundreds of thousands of followers, a lot of times, like no matter how well you do, their audience is just gonna still say, oh, they were terrible regardless. And that can really fuck with your head because you're like, no, I think I made really good points in that, but I'm still having thousands of people saying that I did like a terrible job. And that can definitely fuck with you.
It absolutely can. It absolutely can, and it can also just damage the impact that your work has. It is very complicated. I've never really understood I've never really understood the roots of the debate bro video beef. Like I understand where it's at now. And to me, it's like very clear that it's like loose associations of people who some of them have real tight connections. Like I'm friends with Xander Hall and Vosh. Like I know them IRL. We've hung out. So like I have a tight connection to those people. But I don't have a tight connection to like other debate streamers that I can even think of. Like there's a ton of other people who do like debates all the time that I have no connection to whatsoever. But people on another side of things might perceive me as having connections to other people because I'm close to. So there's that whole thing I was talking about where there's like the parasocial aspect of like how people are grouped together. And I think that
I feel like I feel like I've like in the past couple months, I've definitely like tweeted about the leftist infighting, and I legitimately was trying to come from a place of like, how can we figure out like what is the issue here of why this keeps happening, and what is like a way that these gaps can be bridged. But then like if you have a conversation with the wrong person, if you slip up and say something in the wrong way, if you endorse one person over another person, if you're seen as like, oh, now you're friends with that person on that side, and I'm like, I'm not friends with that person. I've only talked to him like once in my entire life. I was just trying to like hear out their side of things. It can just be very difficult to navigate.
It is. It's arguably impossible to navigate. Like,
and that's kind of the conclusion I'm coming to.
Yeah, where it's like, I mean, you kind of have to take it on a case by case basis, and like. Because like the stakes are different in every conflict, and there are a lot of people who will pressure you to associate in one way. Like I've made it one of the things that I feel like I have a small advantage over maybe other creators in this space is that from the get-go I have always been extremely blunt, and that nobody if you try to tell me who I'm supposed to associate with in any way, that is going to put a serious blocker on our relationship. If somebody's like wants to come to me and say, hey, this thing, you know, we're mutual friends with this person and I have an issue, can you, you know, what are your thoughts on this, what's your opinion, I'll do that. But the moment that anybody tries to be like, oh, you associate with this person, you're friends with this person, I am just like, stop and consider what you're about to say, because if I feel like you're going to try and tell me from the outside who you want me to associate with, I'll just not associate with you. I don't play well with people who try to tell me that kind of stuff. And so like, and I make that clear, which means that, I mean, I've had people, just straight up cut me off because of associations or presumably because of associations that they don't like. I mean, I've had somebody, I mean, I had a very specific example, and this was some time ago now, but someone came on my stream specifically to basically yell at me because their community was mad at me because I was friends with Vosh. And that conversation did not go well for them. We ended up having no relationship whatsoever after that, despite us having a relatively friendly relationship, because I said, you don't even understand what you're coming to the table with. You have all of these grievances from your perspective, and that's totally fine. I'm never going to say that you're not allowed to dislike this person, but what you're trying to police is a friendship of mine, and you're trying to do it based on something that I don't agree on the premises of what you're bringing forward. I have, like, I make go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine.
I had a moment like that kind of recently where like I like President Sunday. I think President Sunday is a smart guy who has some good takes on things, but he said that I like disgust him because I refused to stop associating with Jesse Gender, and I was like, I feel like that's a bit extreme. But I also see the flip side of it, that if you don't cut out someone, like if someone is like legitimately, it comes out that they're like a horrible abuser, and then you just want to keep like being good friends with them, there is the idea that you can become an enabler in that sense.
Oh,
if
absolutely.
you don't like cut off people.
But again, doesn't that come down to, that comes down to the whole, like, this needs to be properly, like, in my opinion, like, that has to be, a case has to be built in that case. I mean, like, I don't exactly have, like, I mean, with multiple people, I have a history of being very blunt with even people that I consider my friends. I will tell them if I think that they are fucking up or if I disagree with their take. You know, I'm a very, very opinionated, and I'm open about that. But I mean, also, like, a lot of times when people come to the table wanting you to disassociate with someone, especially, this is especially true for like the horde of babbling chatter people and or Twitter people. They don't ever have anything of substance to bring to you. They have a bunch of grievances that they've spent a lot of time on in their minds, that are based on premises you might not even agree on. I mean, there's so much stuff where I'm just like, I don't agree with your characterization of those events. I'm sorry. You know, if you were somebody who I was, you know, if it was somebody that I knew and they came to me and said, here's the reasons why I think this person is dangerous or whatever, and I could go, okay, I don't really agree with what you're saying there, but you can't do that to a crowd of people on the internet who are all shouting completely different things and who have completely different justifications for why they don't want you to associate with somebody. It's impossible. Like, and also, like, some people, you're just not going to be, like, I'm not going to be open. I can't make myself open to every single person on the internet, you know? So it's just like, but yeah, like, I think that there are times where, like, like, a line is crossed and it's like, hey, like, this is not cool or whatever. But that's a judgment call. And most of the stuff, let's be 100% real, like 90% of the stuff that people get mad on the internet do not reach the level of like serious harm being done. Certain things, I think, like really severe allegations, like frivolous allegations being levied against someone, are like, I think that a case can be made for that, but people don't usually bother. It's 90% rumor mill, gossip. This is the reason why. Okay, well, if you don't agree on the premises, then that person, I don't know. There's too much of an expectation for people to like disown other people for. I ran into this issue even with a conversation I had recently with a creator named Soul Bunny, where I sat down for a conversation and I had my critiques, and we even got in a bit of an argument at times. But a lot of people in chat had this whole like history that would have been impossible.
Here
for
are
me
all
to
the
know.
tweets that Soul Bunny has
Exactly.
made, and yeah.
Even when I saw some of those tweets, I'm like, okay, yeah, some of that is like shit that I don't think I would like. I think that's really shitty, and I think that this was like, I mean, there was even an example of like one part of that conversation where just like I was just told a lie to my face, and I discovered that later. But how the fuck would I have ever been able to know that previous to that conversation when these are things that are happening in the replies of tweets and whatnot? You can't, and then people were mad at me for ever even having the conversation at all because I didn't know the deepest lore of every interaction. So even in a situation where, I had a lot of opinions in that situation, and I do think there were things that went wrong there, the expectation that's being put on me for having a conversation is, in my opinion,
Unattainable.
Totally unreasonable. It's completely unreasonable. Yeah. And people basically treat everything like it's a mortal sin that has been like again, it's that thing. It's you have betrayed the future. We're never going to get communism now because you didn't know about these 4 tweets that happened in 16 replies down in a now deleted thread. And it's like, okay, you might be right that whatever was said in there is annoying and shitty and bad, but you need to keep it in scope and you need to keep the harm in mind. And that's one thing that I continually run into in like lefty spaces. I even yelled about that. There was a video that was made about Keffels recently. I got very, very mad about that video because I felt like the entire thing was just built off of invocations of horrible things that were done. It was just like, Keffels did this, and no evidence is actually provided of any that even shows what is being alleged. And I mean, like
when he showed the wall of the Noodles tweets and said some of the most egregious bigotries to ever reach.
I'm just like, for real. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The Foreign Man video.
The Foreign Man. Yeah.
I'm totally
some of the most egregious bigotries of all time. I feel like
harm at scale was another example. Just because I'm perfectly comfortable to be 100% specific with this video. When you're claiming that somebody did harm at scale, you gotta evidence that. And if you don't, then you're gonna get made fun of. And I am never gonna say anything bad about people making fun of you for making a claim off of the ass. But again, it's just like,
and I also think that can you can kill a potential like valid conversation that can happen when you blow it way out of proportion. Then it's like, okay, well then, we've missed out on some of the, like, we could have had a nuanced conversation about this, but you've said that this is like one of the most egregious bigotries of all time. And it's like, okay, well now how are we going to actually like talk about this? Because I think that the way that Keffels keeps like trolling based on the Noodles thing, I feel like I wish that she would stop like antagonizing with that. But sure. People keep antagonizing her as well about the Noodles thing. But I feel like that. I feel like that would be the criticism, is like, you don't need to keep antagonizing the Noodles thing over and over. It wouldn't be like, this is the most egregious bigotry to ever hit the leftist.
I said,
sphere.
I'm so fucking tired of Noodles jokes. I don't ever want to hear fucking Noodles jokes again because it's not funny to me. And it's just been driven that was my approach. I'm like, this is why. Like, but at the same time, I can't entirely blame someone for being like, oh my God, another video came out saying that I did pain at scale and then shows a bunch of pictures of like noodle conversation. And I just go, this is fucking dumb. Like, how stupid can you be? But I don't know. Like, so again, most of it to me just comes off as people peddling really stupid and minor things as way bigger than they are, and not being able to actually like sit down and engage in a back and forth and say, I think you're an idiot because you said this. Well, I think you're an idiot because of this, and then call it good. Fucking have it out and whatever. Instead, it becomes like, this person is filling our spaces with X thing, when there are people who do that, by the way. I 100% agree that like there are examples of people doing really harmful shit. We have had predators infiltrate leftist spaces in the past, and I've been witness to that. I've been witness to them being ousted from the space almost unilaterally because that evidence came to light. And I think that we should reserve that energy for cases where the evidence is good. But I just don't know. I don't know how. I don't know how to convince people to just like take a step or two or maybe 5 back, and maybe dial down the intensity just that much. When at the end of the day, one of the big problems is that in a hyper spectacle space of YouTube generally, anything big sells. A video that says "I have a problem with you" is not going to get as many clicks as "they fucked my cat." You know what I mean? Like it's just like it's this problem, and I'm like, I want people to do better, and I want people to see how it like negatively impacts the space. But in order for that to happen, I feel like there has to be like
they have to like set aside this big profit incentive that it's like, because I see from their I come from a bit of a privileged perspective where like my career is not dependent on like making money off of talking about leftist infighting. Like the videos that I make, I just talk about like Colleen Ballinger or whatever is like the latest thing, kind of choose people to talk about. But I totally understand, like, if you're in the position where you're like, okay, I could make a video talking about like direct action and get 100 views, or I could make a video attacking X leftist creator and get 10,000 views. Like, I'm obviously going to choose. And I feel like that is, I mean, it's a symptom of capitalism. I feel like there's like a big capitalist incentive that is ironically like can cause poisoning within the leftist spaces,
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I think that like monetary incentive that monetary incentive affects so much of what's going on in these spaces. I just wish people would realize that it's over peanuts, that people like that you're really not making that much more by constantly milking drama, and you're not actually, and it doesn't last. That's one of the things that that I've learned a ton from. I'm still in this space after 3 years of streaming and being the subject, we'll just say, of controversy, to be fair to everyone involved.
You've been very shit on multiple times. For sure.
There have been some ridiculous things levied against me, and I'm still here, and I'm still making stuff. And I've seen communities blow up around me. I've seen so many content creators come and go. I've seen so many people who felt like it was like they needed to make the drama content to get the clicks, and it didn't actually do anything to save their channel because it doesn't last. It doesn't stick around forever. People stop getting mad about it. They stop caring about it. They get burnt out on being mad all the time. They don't become attached to you as a creator or your channel for what it has to offer. They're just there for the drama. And I wish more people would realize this. And maybe I'm banging this drum too much, but like, I want people to like recognize that like there's nothing wrong with having a legitimate grievance with somebody. There's nothing wrong with calling out somebody who's behaving egregiously in a space when they're doing that. But it hurts everyone, every single person even remotely attached to any of these spaces, to turn it into a toxic cesspit where every single action is like measured on the scale of did it prevent communism or not. It ruins it. It makes it no fun. It becomes a no fun allowed zone. It means everybody's always looking over their shoulder. It means that actual grievances get totally buried as well, because people can't actually sit down and have a conversation about real things that went wrong or whatever. And also it means nobody wants to do anything with each other. So there's nobody fucking making any stuff anymore. And like, I don't know, like, God, I think there's so many situations of like just people firing so hard that it's like I can't tell, like, there are people I would never make content with again because of how ridiculously hard they went against me over something so stupid. Because I'm like, I'm never gonna sit down and make a content with somebody who thought it was appropriate to write like a manifesto on me or something like that. You know, that's never gonna happen. I'm just fuck that.
Sure.
And I have
I
think you know.
I think people can overestimate the harm of like someone's actions, but then they can also sometimes on the other side overestimate the harm of like the people calling out the actions in like an imprecise way.
True. Yeah. I think that's true as well.
Yeah, I think that's what I see happening is there will be someone who makes a statement that I agree is not great, but then people will be like, oh, this is the worst person to ever. And then it's like, that's where, and then once those people call that person the worst person ever, then the people on the other side are like, okay, see, these people actually are as bad as we think they are. And then that's how the spiral keeps going, you know?
And I don't know what the answer is besides just like, I don't know, just keep trucking. And, you know, there was a time where I was much more willing to engage in conversations that would be considered drama. And when I had, you know, a lower threshold for what I was willing to talk about, like when people were beefing or whatever. And I've changed my approach to that a lot over the years. And I tend to, if I touch drama, I tend to approach it with a very specific goal in mind and then call it good. And that's been a big change for me. And I think it's been a better change because I have a whole bunch of other stuff that I do that people are super engaged with and super interested in, and they stick around for it. I have this like, you know, so I don't know. So like that, to me, I'm just like, wow, like once you decouple yourself, once you're able to just step back and say like, I'm not gonna, I don't feel the need to comment on all of these conflicts. I'm going to only step in when I feel like I can really add something or when I can hopefully try and direct things in a meaningful direction. I do think that can be relieving. And I think that it can be good for the community as a whole because there's a lot of stuff that just gets, I don't know, they're just like,
Yeah, but what's happened with me is I try to do that thing that you're talking about where you try and come in and give like maybe a more constructive, nuanced opinion on it, but then people are like, oh, shut up, fence-sitting centrist. Like, no one wants to hear your take about how both sides are bad. And I agree that it can be frustrating to have someone like criticizing both sides at the same time, because a lot of times people who are doing that because they're trying to be like a grifter who doesn't, you know, is spineless and doesn't want to piss off anyone so that they can like make everyone happy. And I will admit I am a bit of a people pleaser. That is an issue with me where I don't like people not liking me. I am a profoundly self-conscious person who wants people to like me, and I can sometimes that can sometimes sway me in different directions where I am like, okay, I'm just going to go along with this, and that's something that I'm trying to like make sure that I am stronger on. But at the same time, it does suck to feel misrepresented when you are coming at it from a perspective of really trying to be constructive, because like I said, me commenting on all the leftist infighting, it doesn't benefit me monetarily whatsoever. I think every time I talk about this stuff, I end up like losing followers from people on both sides because they're like, here's Ryan again with another like both sides are bad take. But it's like, I don't know. I just like, I really want the online left to get along, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I've completely given up on the goal of the like online left getting along, because for a couple of reasons that I can outline, you know, which is I don't know. I think the online left is so nebulous as to be, for most of the people in the online left, there's no actual ties between them. Even when they are sort of perceived as like a part of like a cloud of generally associated viewpoints, there's just actually no real connection between a lot of those people that leads them to have any social reason to care the other people. So I think that's
Yeah.
the online left is like a thing that I used to believe in more, and I guess I've just become like an atheist on that, an agnostic. I don't know what the right word is. Whatever. I don't believe in the I'm a no longer believer in like the meaningfulness of the online left outside of literally just describing a cluster of loosely associated viewpoints and the people who hold those viewpoints, because there's not actually a lot of connections. And I think that's true about even if you zoom in a little more in like online left-leaning content creation, there's just a lot of people perceive bridges where there aren't bridges, and associations where there aren't actually associations. And I think that while I think it would be good if there were more of them, I think the only way that can actually be accomplished is by just like being a bridge builder as myself. Like, I am going to connect with this person who I think is cool. I'm going to connect with this other person who I think is cool. And there's so many situations where I just completely refrain from getting involved. There are ones where I got involved in one way and I look back on it and go, I don't know that my involvement here was even worth it, or that I even really helped with anything. And one of the reasons for that is because like a lot of times people have like legitimate reasons for being super mad at one another, and even if they like overstate it to some degree, there's no real way to tell somebody that without like minimizing their pain. That's a really hard bridge to cross. So there's a lot of times where I will just be like, I will just
kind of
say,
step back and be like, I'll let you guys hash it out.
yeah, this is your problem, and unless it directly involves me, I got other stuff to talk about. And like
that's where I think I'm at this point, honestly.
Yeah, and I think it's a totally valid approach, because like again, like people, the infighting is always going to happen to a certain degree. But I think that like our efforts are better, or our energy is better spent just building the bridges ourselves, instead of like trying to get other people to preserve theirs. Because some people are just really, they're addicted to burning bridges. Some people are just really quick to the hip, and there's nothing you can do about that. And if you try to step in and calm people down, they perceive that as a slight, or you do. I know that I've done this. I know that I've been well-intentioned, but I've ended up hurting somebody by accidentally minimizing something that they went through. And that's a regrettable position to be in. I hate finding myself in that position. So, you know, it's really hard to mediate in these spaces, just because it's so hard to gauge what connections people actually have with each other. And sometimes they just don't want them to be preserved, you know?
And I think a lot of people in the audience can see, and people on the internet in general can see, that BreadTube, whatever that means, has definitely kind of waned in popularity over the past couple of years. And I feel like when BreadTube was at its like most popular was when people were just like making good shit that was like interesting and like fun to watch. I feel like that's what's gonna bring, because we are entertainers at the end of the day. And I mean, drama is always entertaining to watch. There's always going to be the tabloids, and there's always going to be the drama, you know. But I feel like with leftism specifically, what really draws people in is like, I don't know, making a really interesting video that gives a take people haven't thought of before, and then like trying to build a community. I just don't think drama is like it's not like a sustainable approach long term for like building any sort of coalition.
Yeah, you know? I don't think so at all. I think it's I think that the drama the drama stands in the way of like the stuff that brings people to this space. And that's a weird thing too, because I've seen people in these spaces who came to this space because they were interested in discussions about how do we practically address issues with capitalism? How do we think about like ways to better ways to promote union membership, and all of these topics that brought them to the space, and them slowly feeling personally involved in this drama until they become a drama consumer, and they're no longer even there for the stuff that they were there for in the first place, which is unfortunate.
And I can feel that happening to me when I'm on Twitter. I can feel like my brain rotting. I can like feel myself turning into like, no, I need to, if I give one more take, and I think that it can be an ego thing of like, no, if I just reply to one more tweet, I'm going to give the perfect take and everyone will finally see that like I was right all along. But it's like, no, that's never going to happen, because you have these groups of people who have been like you said, they have their ideologue that they're looking up to, and it's very unlikely that they're going to be like, oh yeah, that's an interesting perspective that I haven't heard before. I just think, I don't know, I just don't understand. I wish more people could come into things with more of a perspective of humility and being willing to say like, I'm not going to have the right take every single time. I'm going to fuck up, I'm going to make mistakes. I'm willing to apologize for my mistakes, but I'm also not gonna, buy into the narrative that like I've, killed puppies if I make a small mistake,
Yeah. Well, and I think that like one of the reasons why I like personally, I want to encourage people to do that, like take 3 to 5 steps back for a bit.
Yeah.
Is because I think that these spaces are healthiest when there are lots of new people coming into them, and lots of new creators and new voices, and that those voices aren't just entering into the space to be a proxy for another creator. And I don't mean that to be disparaging just to the creator that's stepping into the space, because I think sometimes that like, I mean, I talked about this like in the recent drama that I did step into, which a little bit, which was, I said that I worry that sometimes there are people who are established creators who have such a grudge against someone else that they'll take a small creator that's like, talks on the issue, and they'll boost that one thing. And it gives this incentive of like, oh yeah, okay, so what I gotta do, it creates like a whole little army of people who go, okay, well if I make the next video that's shitting on the creator that they don't like, then I'll get boosted just like this one. And that's like the worst thing you want to create, because that just makes stagnation. And so there's that whole problem. And then there's also this other aspect of like, if everything is, if so much of the content in a space is centered around knives to the throat, knives out, we're fighting for control of the space, people burn the fuck out. And the people who burn out the most are the people who are taking the most risks and are getting the least back, aka the newcomers to the space, the people who aren't making all the money yet, the people who don't necessarily have it sustainable yet. Why the fuck are they gonna ever sit down and take all the effort it takes to make a video or to stream if all that is gonna end up happening is that they're gonna get sort of like lifted up as a pawn to be used in a bigger struggle? It causes massive burnout rates. And God, it sucks. And it means that this place stagnates because you don't have new people. It's just the same old people slapping each other over and over again. And
I think this is, it all does go back to capitalism, where like it's a lot scarier as a small creator who like wants to like they want to be able to make enough money to like pay the bills.
Oh yeah.
And like, it's a lot easier to say, okay, well, the easiest thing for me to do is to like be an orbiter of this creator, because they have a big, massive built-in audience. They can give me some of their audience and that'll help me grow. It's a lot like scarier to say, I'm just going to try to forge my own path and be like my own thing. And so I don't even necessarily fault people that start, like, I feel like I'm in a pretty lucky position that I feel like I am not really an orbiter of anyone, and that I kind of can stand on my own. Like, I have friendships, but I feel like that would feel like it put you in such like a trapped place where you feel like my entire identity is defined by the person I'm orbiting. And then if the person you're orbiting decides, okay, well, you've had a take that is too far, so now you're kicked out of the sphere, and then it's like, okay, well, now your entire career is over.
Are crazy toxic. This is why I like constantly, every time people bring up the word orbiter, I tell them to stop using the word orbiter. And I'm like, stop.
It's kind of disrespectful to those people, because like, we should we should respect the autonomy of these people, that they do have an existence outside of just being an orbiter of X creator, you know?
Well, and also people don't realize that, yeah, first of all, most of the things that most of the time people call orbiters, they're not really orbiters. They're just people who like got their start like being a fan of or being in the community of another creator, which is just how it works. That's how it works for everybody. Like, this isn't, I mean, any artistic trait is like this. You know what I mean? Like, you have an artist that you're, I mean, God, I remember in film school, like, people were, I remember these really talented film students who made these hilarious short films in my film school that I went to. And they were clearly super inspired by Quentin Tarantino. Obviously, they watched his films, they had stuff that they wanted to borrow from him and all this shit. Nobody would call them an orbiter. They might say, oh, you're inspired by this, but it would be insane to be like, oh, you're a Quentin Tarantino orbiter. No, they're inspired by this. This is where they got their start. And, you know, if they continue a healthy growth, they'll spiral into their own thing and hopefully not just become stuck in this single style. But the orbiter, like, the orbiter paradigm that so many people still talk about is... the actual communities that have orbiters are so toxic, and the relationship is the orbit ends with them getting sucked in and all of their audience being collapsed to whoever is being orbited in the end. It's a consumptive setup. The orbiter thing is like, people have asked me in the past, like, what is like one of the pieces of advice that you will give to small streamers, and one of them is something that I did myself, which was when I started, I would stream when I wanted to stream, whenever. I did not ever consider whether another streamer that I liked or associated with in the past was streaming at the same time. I know that, like, when I was a small streamer, a lot of people would be like, well, I don't want to stream at the same time as X content creator. I don't want to stream at the same time as X slightly larger content creator. I don't want to put a video out on the same day as this person, because the idea that you want to, like, you know, get their viewers or whatever. And I was like, fuck that. I want people who are going to watch me for me. So I would do it whenever. I would often stream at the people who I was most associated with. You know, I kind of like, you know, people knew me as a chatter way back in the day in Vosh's community, because I would just hang out there. This was before I even became a streamer or even thought about being a streamer. I was like, hey, cool, this chat's interesting. I like following this stuff. But, you know, I would stream whenever I wanted, and I would talk about my stuff. And that's been a strong decision that I've stood by all the way this entire time, because it breaks the orbiter effect. It says, okay, people should come to you, you know, and it doesn't. The orbiter concept is a strictly hierarchical view of a space that produces hierarchical results, and people should stand on their own, because not only does that mean that more people are going to come into the space generally, who might move back and forth between different creators, but also, as a creator, you're not going to become beholden to somebody who may not even know you exist.
And these hierarchies, at the end of the day, mostly just benefit the people at the top of the hierarchies. Like, you can get a temporary benefit from being in the orbit, but really, like, the person who's really benefiting is the person with all the power to, like, determine who is in their orbit and who isn't in their orbit, you know?
Yeah, and of course, in the most toxic cases where the orbiters are actively being farmed for content and or being encouraged to, you know, people call, you know, sometimes people call them the waiting room streamers, you know, where it's like, oh, this person isn't on. Okay, well, we're going to watch, we're going to review this thing that content creator just did right before they go live. And then, you know, I'll stop streaming right when they go live. That's like super toxic.
I feel bad for those people.
Yeah, I feel horrible.
Honestly.
I wouldn't do it. That's the thing. Like, for me, I would just quit. I'd be done if that was my fate. But some people, you know, I don't know. I guess they perceive it as a path to victory, but it's not. It's not. It's like it's a you know, it's a cursed wish of like, oh, will I get a raid that has a bunch of people in it? Maybe you might. Are those people going to stick around for you and your content, or are they just, you know, now that their favorite streamer's off, they're going to sit and click on you? Well, the answer is usually the second one. Yeah.
I've always thought that being a good artist is about, like, striking that balance of finding good inspirations and, like, not being afraid to take the elements that work from these inspirations, but then figuring out a way to synthesize that into your own unique voice and something that people haven't necessarily heard. Because I would say, like, I'd say my biggest inspirations are probably like Danny Gonzalez, Bo Burnham, and ContraPoints. I would say like those are probably the 3 creators I like look up to the most.
Good inspirations.
Yeah, I think all 3 of them are really great in different ways. But you know, I try to not. It can feel like shit when you put out something and someone's like, "Oh, this is this Bo Burnham that I'm watching." It's like, you know, you want to figure out how to. But that's always going to happen. People are always going to call you derivative and compare you to things.
Sure, and I mean,
so.
I've had people try to say that, usually in very mean-spirited and super nonsensical ways, and it is shitty. It does feel like shit, but also it kind of betrays the mentality of the space that, like, people are so close-minded and they're so fixated on a handful of creators that they can't even imagine somebody having some stylistic similarities but doing other things differently. And that's unfortunate. And that's part of the reason why I do want to encourage, you know, more people coming into the space with different, you know, with different talents and different focuses. I mean, it makes me really happy when I see other creators showing up who start to bring in an audience, you know, that's that maybe has overlap with mine, but there's stuff that brought them here that's different. And that just, again, it just grows the space generally. It makes it not a stagnant swamp, but like a thriving environment. And I wish to see that. I wish to see that there was like this like, where, I don't know, where the small conflicts got washed away by the sheer fact that there's so many other people doing so much cool shit that the little drama doesn't dominate the space. But I don't think that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, that's what that it doesn't feel that way. It feels like the drama is what is like, because drama, human conflict is gonna like naturally arise. There's always going to be conflict. There's always going to be something where someone does something wrong and slights another person. But yeah, it just feels like from like the outside looking in, or even from the inside looking around, it just feels like drama is what is so much at the forefront of everything right now.
It's definitely become that way, even more so. Like, I think that, like, I mean, Twitter had a huge hand in this, and the downfall of Twitter has only made it worse. And I think that there's, like, my hopeful side says that we're entering into a new paradigm because Twitter is totally fucking, I mean, sorry, X is totally fucking
don't
toast.
dead name.
Yeah,
don't dead name
it's
X.
It's like rip. Yeah, it's like as Chad's saying, it's rip bozo at this point. Like, it is the dregs. There is nothing happening. There was a point where Twitter discourse was so plentiful that you could have, you know, that multiple streamers could give their opinion on like a trending topic, and it wouldn't be seen just as like an attack against a particular person. It would just be, hey, this is the topic everybody's talking about. We can do segments on this. It was like, you know, I mean, people used to do Reddit content on YouTube back in the day where they would take a topic that was trending on Reddit and talk about it on their stream, and it would be, you know, and then of course over time it became more and more like terrible and siloed off, where it was like, and I think that's where we're at. And I think like, well, we've passed that now. We're at the point where like Twitter is so unusable and so useless, and the discourse cycles are so toxic and stupid that like you can't even make videos out of it. You can't even build off of it anymore. And so there's this period, I'm thinking
building off of it is just going to be making another drama video.
Oh yeah, I mean when I talked about the foreign man Keffel's video, I hadn't streamed. I did like a 10-hour stream that was insanely long, and then I took like 6 days off. And I came, and during that time, all I saw was people talking about that shit on multiple social medias. And I have a pretty diverse follow list of people that I follow. It was just so much of it. And I came back, I'm like, why the fuck is everybody talking about this? Why is everyone talking about this? Nobody's talking about anything fucking else. And so I sat down and watched the video, and I said, this is fucking ridiculous. I understand why everyone's talking about it, but what the fuck? How stupid of a topic. And
I think
I regret in some ways even talking about it to talk about it, But at the same time, I'm also like, I hope that I was able to like point out the fact that like the root issue is so fucking boring and everybody's bored of it. Everyone, nobody's enjoying talking about this anymore. Even the people who have made videos about it
Feels like
are
getting
clearly...
into their trenches.
Yeah, so it's like, what can we not just acknowledge this, that this has become miserable? And I just hope that I can encourage people to like deep breath, grass touch a little, and let's get some new stuff. Let's get some new content going here, because I feel like we could we could do with it. It's overdue for people bringing in some original stuff, for fucking cooling down some of this ridiculous claims that are being levied against people. And yeah,
I think my take is that at the core of the issue that causes the spiral is that you have creators with big egos who don't really want to admit when they make a mistake, because that is very damaging to their brand. And it makes sense that if you like are admitting that you make a mistake, then you might like miss out monetarily by that. Yeah. And then you have people trying to criticize those creators, but then they're overstating the harm of those creators. Yeah. And through overstating that harm, then that just reinforces in the audience of those creators that, oh, see, all the people who are criticizing us are just completely toxic and wrong because they're making these like crazy overblown accusations. Yeah. And then, yeah, that's obviously not going to lead to any sort of constructive dialogue happening.
Yeah. And maybe we need to enter the era of the Giga Chad, where people just say, I don't care anymore. That you say this, that you say that I have done a no growth, and just say, okay, fine, demonstrate it or shut the fuck up. And I don't know, maybe that's where I'm at, where it's like, yeah, I don't know, like, but
I do always see the other side of it, that the Giga Chat of just like, I don't care that I did something wrong, like that does like allow bad behavior to fester. And like, I don't want to get into like too much specific drama and stuff, but I definitely think the fact that Keffels did the thing where she like ran the gay ops on people, I just think like relying on the tactic of like using lies to get what you want is like a pretty I don't think that's like a good strategy that's going to lead to like healthy,
Well, I don't know. See, when I look at that one, I go and I say, okay, so we could talk about specifics on this one, because this is one where I saw the clip. I've seen the clip. I've been here for the whole conversation, and when I saw that, I just went, what am I supposed to care about here? Picru avatars are a almost like laughable clique of people online that isn't even like clearly defined, and you want to troll them by making a Picru and acting like they act. And I can't get mad over that, and I can't see it as like a racist act, and I can't see it as even mattering at all. I think that people were, and this is my opinion on that, which was, I think that some people were looking for something like a smoking gun to be like, this is the proof that Keffels is the bad person that we said. And I just can't, I mean, the terminology of gay ops is obviously, I don't like that terminology, but also it sounded, if I'm being completely honest, it comes off as very clearly in jest, and the result was nothing. No one was hurt by it. There was like 4 people that even made fake Picru accounts, and they said things like, honey, I'm canceling you. And I'm just like, nobody got hurt by that. It's like, I don't know. I can't, again, this is one of those situations where I'm just like, I can't imagine people still being mad about that when it just didn't amount to anything. Nobody was actually hurt. The only person who got offended by that was people who sort of volunteered that as a member of the Picru Mafia, I'm angry that you're mocking me. And it's just like, well, an anonymous person. That's the whole thing. The pit crew thing is you're an anonymous person. You don't put your face on the internet, and you're goofing around, and you're saying things here, and you're saying things there, and somebody decided to goof on you in a way that, I don't know, maybe came off as slightly edgy. I don't even think it's that edgy. I've seen some crazy edge on the internet. I don't think saying like, I'm gonna do gay ops on the pit crews. Like, to me, that just comes off as like a very obvious joke. And I don't know. I can't.
It was less about that, and it was more about that Keffels was saying like, we want to do this to like confuse them and make them like not sure about like who is real and who is fake, which is like a tactic that people use with like gay ops. And I don't think it's as much about direct harm with that and more about the indirect harm of, I do think I have a pretty principled stance against like encouraging people to spread misinformation, just because I think that that's like something that is something that is gonna head down a bad path. Not always, but I don't know. That's something that I have a pretty principled. I really don't like the tactic of saying like, hey, let's like spread lies about these people in order to get what we want, because then the people you're doing that against will start spreading lies about you. And if
but it
we
wasn't really
normalize
spreading
that, like,
lies about any specific person. It was like, here's a bunch of anonymous people who use pit crew avatars and who are super mad at me, and I'm gonna make some pit crew avatar anonymous people to show how silly it is to like try to wage identity politics war on Twitter via pit crews, right? Like, I when I think of misinformation, I think of like you know, RFK Jr. going on Joe Rogan to talk about vaccines or whatever. That's what I think of when I think of misinformation. I don't think of like I don't know.
There
it's
are
like
scales to misinformation.
People, right? Like, I mean, because I mean, like, I don't know. I think it would be funny if somebody made like an anime avatar account and you know and it's just a truth of the internet that anybody can make an account at any time. And so like, you know, you have to, I think, at least for me, the way I look at it is like, it comes off as like the point being that, you know, an anonymous, you know, 100 follower account on Twitter can be anybody at any time. It could be your grandma, it could be your next door neighbor, it could be a federal agent. You never know, and it doesn't really matter. And so the joke was, watch, we can make pit crews too and say ridiculous things. To me, that never registered as anything other than like at most a prank. And I found I find holding that against Keffels, in my opinion, to just be like a stretch. And I can understand where there's like some discomfort with like the terminology used. Like the gay ops thing, I don't even know what was intended there. Like, the goal was obviously like, let's troll them. And I think that like some people maybe took that to mean something else. I at least from my perspective, it comes off pretty clear. Like, we're gonna troll these people who are in my comments, and I don't know. Yeah.
But I think that.
Oh yeah. Somebody says in my chat, like, there's an account that impersonates me, and it's called Demon Mama Fake, and it's one of my favorite accounts on the internet because it like, I now know
but
who
the difference
it was, but yeah.
But I feel like the difference with that is that person is probably doing that to like because they're a fan of you, whereas like doing it with more of a malicious intent to like infiltrate their space and make it so that like they can't tell. I know it's trolling and I know it is a prank, but I think that trolling and pranks can still, I just think that normalizing the idea of, hey, let's make fake accounts to like infiltrate a space is a pretty like, it's just a tactic that I don't agree with across the board. And maybe we can like agree to disagree with on that.
No, I mean, I think I hear where you're coming from. I just feel like if it was like, if we were talking about like a Discord or like an actual like existing community, but I don't think that like the pit crew community is a real thing. I think it's just like it's kind of like anime avatars. Like, okay, like I've made jokes about anime avatars on Twitter where it's like you know, and I've seen like viral tweets being like me says take worst opinion you've ever had, anime avatar, you know what I mean? Like that kind of like format of joke, making fun of people with anime avatars. Like, I feel like an anime avatar is like almost like a butt of like like a common joke at this point. I don't see much difference between that and being like, I'm gonna take down the Pickaroos, because like I don't think the Pickaroos represent even a specific community. I just think it's like a trend of like there's like a bunch of people who happen to use Pickaroos. So I don't know. I don't really feel like there was anything serious being said about we're gonna infiltrate the Pickaroos. It sounds to me more like a joke, like being like I said, like if you submitted that out for like we're gonna infiltrate the anime avatars, like I don't feel like there's any infiltration that could actually happen. It was more just like a over the top statement.
Well, she said we'll like infiltrate tenderqueer Twitter is like what she said as far as that goes. And tenderqueer, that's also kind of like a nebulous term, but I also don't really love the term tenderqueer. But obviously there is a phenomenon of people who are hungry cancel culture, like they just want to jump on and like tear someone down with like, and I understand the frustration with that, and I understand where she was coming from, where she would get to the point where she felt like she wanted to do that. That's just something that if I ever with my audience was like, hey, make fake accounts to troll X community, I would think that would always be something that I would call out as something that I think isn't okay to do. Now, as far as saying that's like the most egregious bigotry to ever hit the online left, like, yeah, that's definitely an overstatement of harm. And that's definitely something that isn't gonna, it's not gonna lead to any constructive dialogue happening there, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it was like, it's edgy to be like, yeah, let's get some fake accounts going on here and goof around. But I have a hard time seeing it beyond like, beyond trolling. And I feel like the fallout has been, like nothing, you know, like tenderqueer Twitter, if it even exists, which I don't even know if it actually exists. I think that's more like almost like an invocation of like a general trend. It's one of those terms, like, I mean, we talked about BreadTube and how we don't even know if that exists. So I think it's kind of like one of those things where it's like a general association that you can acknowledge, yeah, there's sort of these loose groups of people who run together, and a lot of them happen to have Pickaroo avatars and whatever, kind of like the anime avatars, but it's not really like a hard community of people. It's not like you're like going into their houses and pretending so you can steal their toast or whatever. Like, I guess it's just that's the way I look at it. But I can understand like having a aversion to like anybody being like, yeah, let's make some fake accounts, because I get that. That's like that can be a really dirty thing that people do. I just usually when I like, at least from my perspective, and this is not me trying to say you're wrong in any way, just my perspective is like, when I worry about fake accounts, it's like how the stuff is being used, because I mean,
sure, yeah, she wasn't like encouraging them to go dox people or something.
Yeah, nothing like that. It was just like, let's like goof around and say absurd things with a Pickaroo avatar. And I mean, I think in the broader context of having seen that clip, like the point was like, oh, anybody can spin up a Pickaroo avatar and say anything they want, so let's do the same. And I don't know, that's kind of true. Like, anybody can make anything on Twitter. I say that all the time. I'm like, my rules for Twitter I used to have a whole like the Imps code. I'm not on Twitter barely at all anymore, so I don't really use it anymore. But it was just like, you know, one part of that, the supplementary thing was like, always remember that you could be arguing with a federal agent or a 14-year-old at any given moment. So just don't get too invested, where it's just like, so yeah, I don't know. But I guess I don't remember what the original point of this was. It was just me kind of saying like, I think that people have held that against Keffels really hard in a way that I'm like, I'm not comfortable with personally. I think it's like, you know, I mean, even in the video essays I've seen, I think it's been used as like a justification to like allege like a deep level of racism or something. I just don't think that's true. I just don't think it's accurate, you know? And I mean, God knows, there's been way edgier jokes than that have gone on in this space. There have been way edgier behavior, even from the side, the side of things. I mean, there's one you called out. I know you called this out. I've seen your tweet on this, like the Jesse Gender liking that one meme about Shark 300, which was like, wow, that's a I'm not a like policer, but that's a pretty red flag like going on there.
Yeah.
And
And I know from Jesse's perspective, she was like, no, I'm just hyping up my black friends. It's like, well, no, but you need to still be careful about, you can still have a pretty negative impact. You have to put yourself in Shark's shoes, that seeing that kind of shit could really fucking get to him, you know?
Well, I mean, it did. I had that sit down with Shark specifically because, like, I wanted to hear his perspective on things and give him an opportunity to speak his mind, because I hadn't seen him really talk about it much. He made one video initially in response to like a video that happened a long time ago, but I've never heard him talk extensively about, you know, how he feels about the whole extended drama and the way that it's become like shorthand to like use his face as a substitute for a racial slur. And I'm just like, man, like, this has gotten out of hand, right? Like,
I felt sad for him that he felt like he was in a place where really it felt like he had gotten to a point where nuanced discussion about it wasn't really something he was interested in having at the time, which is like a fair thing if you feel like you've been really wronged. But it just shows the deep hurt that keeps happening with these drama cycles, that people are getting to the point where they're like, no, I'm past the point of having a conversation about this, and I'm at the point where I'm like, no, I feel like these people are terrible people that are irredeemable or whatever, you know?
And I think a lot of the times with these, with the types of dramas that get as toxic as they, you know, as the ones we've been talking about, I think a lot of times there tends to be, a handful of people who are heavily motivated, who sort of drive all of the rest of the discourse on it. And I think that as a space, if that's true, which I think it is, I think there was a handful of people, like in the broad, to talk about, to just stick on Keffals, on the broad issues that people have had with Keffals, which, boy, people have been mad about Keffals a lot for a long time. And I think that the core of it boils down to a very small amount of people who really have a bone to pick with Keffals, and basically firing everything they can until they find a few that other people can generally be like, yeah, I think that's kind of bad. But but it's not just that, because there's of course a lot of other people who are willing to go more than that, who are basically, now I'm on board. This thing actually did frustrate me, so now I'm on board for the whole thing, and then it becomes this snowball effect. And I feel like if people,
I've never been like, I've had sorry to interrupt. I've had good conversations with Keffals, and I definitely don't, just because I think I can see where people are coming from, where like one thing is bad, that doesn't mean I'm going to jump on board and say, oh yeah, saying noodles are tasty means that she's like a racist. Like,
yeah, I think that's a perfect example. The whole noodles thing comes from like two people who fucking hate Keffals' guts. And those people have pushed this thing for so long that it's eventually been picked up by other people who have less grounded justification for disliking Keffals, or they might have some more personal reason, but they've decided to just jump on board with this. And I'm just like, if we can convince the general populace of these spaces, if we can convince the general populace to just take a few steps back, maybe this type of like bone to pick type stuff is less likely to turn into a like life-ruining months-long discourse cycle. Because like, I'm gonna be real, like Keffals has been the obsession of especially Twitter for a really long time. And I think it's deranged. I think it's really genuinely unhealthy. Like, I can't even imagine, even if Keffals had done the full strength version of what some of these claims against her are, I still can't imagine her being the subject of so much ire for so long. Like, it's just so out of step. And so I'm just like, man.
It is definitely disproportionate. I agree with that.
Yeah, it's crazy disproportionate.
There are definitely things that she has done that I do think were bad, mostly revolving around like lying, which is something that I just don't gel with super well.
Sure.
But I think I also see her perspective that she was the victim of one of like the craziest hate campaigns on the internet like ever with Kiwi Farms, and that this is just like how people's brains are going to work, that if you have PTSD from like being intensely misrepresented and harassed and attacked for months on end, that it's going to make it a lot harder moving forward for you to be like, okay, yeah, let me hear out these criticisms in good faith, you know, because it causes your brain to build up this wall where you're just going to be like, no, I don't want to hear that. The last time I tried to hear people out, I got doxxed and attacked, you know?
Yeah, I feel like, did you ever see Lindsay Ellis's video about like the cancellation?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, which is no longer available on YouTube. Well, it is. It's been re-uploaded, which, you know, I'm glad about that personally. I hate it be like a video like that being taken out of the hands of the creator, but also I do think is a very valuable video. And like,
or ContraPoints dealing with like a bunch of people, like there might have been a valid criticism that I think it was like Buck Angel was in a video, and like I don't really like Buck Angel as a person, but I definitely would not go. Yeah, but I definitely would not go to the point of saying like, oh well, ContraPoints has betrayed the trans community because she had Buck Angel in a video. It's like,
yeah, and I mean, I think it was a it's
or
funny
like
because, like, so much of it is like, yeah, so like on that, like when I listen to like the Lindsay Ellis video, especially, I think is like the perfect example of just explaining how you over time with in these insane and unreasonable accountability processes, it becomes impossible to ever actually listen to feedback from the internet at large, which pisses off tons of people, but you have no choice, because the internet at large is with each incident becomes more deranged, and it's more, you can't actually get anything of value from that. You're just getting a stream of hate. And I mean, that's something that happened to me on a much lesser scale, not larger, lesser scale, significantly lesser scale, where there was there's a point in time where I just was like, okay, I can now recognize that a lot of the people talking about me online, a lot of the attention that I'm getting online is people being totally unreasonable. They have received a narrative from someone who doesn't like me, and they are giving me feedback, and they're going to get mad that I'm not listening to their feedback, and I just have to ignore it. And I have to trust that like the people that I keep near me, and the people who will tell me when I'm fucking up will do a good job at that. And you know, then that, but that's not always satisfying to people from the outside. It's definitely not to a lot of people. And I recognize that there's a lot of people on the internet who just won't like me. You know?
Yeah. And that's something I'm trying to come to terms with, is that sometimes people just aren't going to like you, and that you're not going to be able to convince every random person on Twitter to see your side in things. And yeah, I think another example of that, like ContraPoints went through the whole thing with Buck Angel, but then ContraPoints in like a recent video called out Vosh. And I feel like ContraPoints had a somewhat valid critique that like ironic misogyny towards like J.K. Rowling isn't necessarily going to like help trans women. That feels like a valid critique to me. But then she followed that up by saying that Vosh clearly doesn't care about trans women at all. And it's like, okay, well, that is a crazy claim. Like, what do you have to back up? Like, you really don't think that Vosh cares about trans women, even though he's like one of the biggest advocates on the internet for like trans issues, and one of the biggest people who pushes that like trans, like does these trans debates. Like, I don't see how you could come to that conclusion that he doesn't care about trans people. You could maybe come to the conclusion that he's like careless and overly edgy, and like prioritizes his like need to make edgy humor over like the needs of trans women sometimes. That's more where I would like come from it. But I wouldn't come from it saying like, this shows that he doesn't care at all about trans women. And then it's like, now ContraPoints audience of millions of people is like, okay, well, yeah, Vosh doesn't care about us at all. And it's like, okay, that's way overdoing it.
I mean, sometimes it literally is just a problem with power, right? You get some power, even if it's a small amount of power, and you might be tempted to misuse it in a really spiteful way. I mean, maybe ContraPoints really does believe that. I feel like it was not well evidenced, and I felt like, I mean, I had that, when I watched that video, I felt like it actually like derailed from the rest of the video, like pretty notably.
Yeah.
And
it felt like a personal grudge.
Extreme pettiness.
It was a personal grudge. Yeah.
And I'm just like, you know.
And you shouldn't let personal grudges discount the validity of the points that you're making, because you do have a responsibility to like be accurate in the claims that you're making if you're making accusations against people. And you shouldn't just be like, oh, I don't like this person, so I'm going to make this really crazy overblown claim about them, you know?
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think that like, I do think that like the intermingling of the hyper personal and the hyper political in these spaces makes that such a big issue, in that where it isn't in other spaces. Like again, if a food review YouTuber and another food review YouTuber are beefing at each other, what are they gonna say? Oh, you know, he did a crime against burger tasting. It's not the same as being like, this person is violating is violating their you know, or I should say is misusing trans people and wants to steal their thunder, you know, and doesn't actually care about them, wants to use them for personal gain.
Wants
that
to
has
clout
way
chase
more,
off of them and profit off of them.
yeah, that has way more punch than like a burger person, two burger YouTubers calling each other idiots who don't review well, you know, or something like that. And there's this problem, which I think is like, I don't know how you fix that. I haven't figured that one out yet. I don't know how we fix that, or if there really is a way outside of just being like,
at least diagnosing that, or at least understanding that this is a thing that happens. Because I think leftism does have some infighting kind of baked into it, and there has always been like leftist infighting, especially because like anarchists versus Marxist-Leninists versus democratic socialists, like these are like wildly.
That kind of stuff is mostly healthy. Like I think that like that part is like, I think is the good part of leftist infighting. The fact that people
the ideological discussion.
Yeah, that they do have beliefs. They are interested in testing those beliefs and figuring out the you know, which one is correct. I think that like proves that like nobody falls in line like you do on the right. Like on the right, I always talk about the difference between leftist infighting and right-wing infighting, which is right-wing infighting, somebody ends up dead or with their career dead. And I always give the best example of this is Milo Yiannopoulos. There was a point in time where Milo Yiannopoulos was fucking everywhere. He was on every stupid fucking university campus. He was on everybody's TV shows all over YouTube. The dude was everywhere. And then the right canceled him over a statement that he made on not a right wing, but on a like a centristy podcast, which, to be honest, I think he definitely deserved to be jumped on for. It was his weird pedophilia comments, but it was the right wing that tore him apart, and they destroyed him. They just were like, look, another fucking gay guy who's a pedophile, get him, and he's gone. He's obliterated.
Yeah.
This man is...
And that's one of the reasons you don't want to be a pick-me on the right wing, because they'll tear you apart the second.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like he deserved to be torn apart, but
totally.
he was also... Yeah.
But as just an educational way of the way these spaces work, like the levels of... I mean, it wasn't exactly like... I mean, his opinions, he's been saying heinous shit for a long time. And that's not even the first time. For people who knew the history of Milo Yiannopoulos, it's not even the first time he's even said that argument. But they saw an opportunity where it was inconvenient for them, and they burned him. Another great example is that that trans lady on Twitter who got really big by doing the video where she was like, I don't think non-binary people are real. And like
Kelly Cadigan.
Cadigan.
I made a video about her.
She appeared and was obliterated in a moment. The moment that she served her purpose, the right has torn her to shreds. And now all she gets is just bombarded by transphobia constantly. Like
the moment she said like, no, I actually do want to use the correct bathroom, they're like, all right, you're dead.
You're done. Yeah, the infighting is so much more severe. Like, there's so many right-wing figures who just disappeared and will never come back. It's so much more brutal. And that's because, like, with a few exceptions, there are, like, a handful of significant rifts where, like, there's enough of a niche, like, enough of a separation that it can't be completely obliterated. Like, I mean, the MAGA versus like the
Ron
neocon
DeSantis
type.
Whatever.
Yeah, like that that rift is just big enough that like even though Ron DeSantis is like getting totally whipped in the polls and like he's at like he's tied with Vivek Ramaswamy at this point, just getting obliterated by Trump. There's enough of a rift there that they can sustain for a while. But anything else within the MAGA movement, tell me anybody who actually steps out of line with what Donald Trump says, who doesn't immediately get
fired.
Yeah. It's just that they fall in line so hard.
I think that is a good point to make. I feel like in leftist spaces, we can get hyper focused on talking about leftist infighting, and sometimes I've seen people be like, "Why is the left so divided? We need to be more united like the right is." But I don't think that's really the case. I think it comes and goes in waves. I think there are waves where the left is much more united. Like I think the left is pretty like unanimously united with like supporting the writers' strike and supporting like SAG, and it's been cool seeing like everyone come together and like
I don't think I've
there
seen
isn't really much. Yeah, there hasn't been anyone being like, I don't even know what the take is that you could give to like discredit that. But yeah, I think I think it is good to remember that no, people on the right do have just as much infighting, and yes, like they're the ones who are usually willing to like, kill people if they step out of line.
Yeah,
so.
I mean the religious conflicts. So let's not even get started on that. You want to go historical? We could talk about inter-right wing literal purges. But I mean, I tend to think that like on the left, respecting those differences is totally fine, but we should be careful that we don't like totally obliterate people, over differences that could be solved. Let's keep it for the important stuff. If you find a predator in your spaces, sure,
you should
blow the shit out of them. If you find somebody who's like advocating for eugenics and they're trying to call themselves a leftist or whatever, fucking roast the shit out of them. But keep it for serious stuff. Like the differences are healthy. They're healthy to a certain degree. And man, God knows I get fucking pissed off at I get really pissed off at more authoritarian leaning types. I mean, one of the people I listen to most frequently is like so much more Leninist than I am comfortable with. And I listen to their show all the time and I get pissed off about it all the time. But I don't think that they're like, an evil person. Even though I do think
I'll sometimes watch, I'll watch more like centrist content sometimes more than left leaning content, just because it can be more like intellectually stimulating to try to like figure out what their takes are, so you can kind of think through like why they're wrong on things.
Yeah, where they're coming from things.
Yeah. But what do you think about, like, I think the rebuttal to kind of some of this is that it can be easy for us as white people to sit here and be like, we need to focus on the big things, but the big things really aren't like making like racist jokes or stuff like that. And then that can make some black people or other, it can make them feel like that we can be downplaying the harm of like what is like the real big problems there,
Oh, I mean, I don't really have like a rebuttal to like, well, okay, I guess what I would say is if you got evidence of a racist joke, let's see it. If you got evidence of a transphobic joke, let's see it. Like, I have no hesitation being able to call out people being transphobic. In fact, I mean, some people think that I like go around calling everybody transphobic, when actually most of my critiques have been very pointed. One of my most famous conflicts, I was explicitly not calling the person transphobic and instead saying, I think that this specific tactic, this specific approach that you did is a transphobic action, but I think it can be fixed.
Yeah.
I think you can just choose not to do that. And
I think that's
the approach. Like if somebody,
I agree with that.
Yeah.
When I'm criticizing someone, I like to focus in on like, this was an action that can cause harm and it's a transphobic action, but I'm not going to label you a transphobe unless I've seen like a pattern of actions that reinforces that you have some negative bias against trans people. Like, I feel like saying you did a transphobic thing and you are a transphobe are two like completely, the weight of those two accusations are very different, but people on Twitter will be like, they'll equate these two things. You did a transphobic thing, therefore you are a transphobe, therefore you should kill yourself. And that's like
I mean, yeah. I think that like, no, we shouldn't turn a blind eye to bad behavior at all. And I don't think that anything that I've said here has been asking people to turn a blind eye to bad behavior, but rather evidence the bad behavior. If the bad behavior is as bad as it's being said, then let it stand on its own. Let's see it. Let's talk about the thing. Let's evidence it and let's address it for what it is, instead of like you know, like a Matryoshka doll of like, well, it's that whole like euphemization thing that happens where it's like, okay, well, here's a thing that somebody said was problematic, and that means that you know, there, like you said, like there is the reverse of it that happens where like people will say, oh, well, this person made a joke and somebody else that I know said it was problematic, and that means, well, they're a transphobe or they're a racist or whatever, and there's a step that's jumped. And I think it's jumped usually for convenience of the catchiness of levying accusations. I mean,
and I also think something that I don't deal well, like my brain doesn't deal well with interpreting hyperbole.
Yeah.
Sometimes when someone's being hyperbolic, my brain doesn't like compute that. It's like I just take them at face value of like what they're saying, and they're like, no, I was obviously being hyperbolic, and it's like, okay, but I feel like hyperbole is something that you need to wield very carefully, because
I agree.
It can be very difficult to tell when someone is being hyperbolic or not. You know?
Yeah, it definitely can. And I think that like, but I feel like most of the time it like the hyperbole is like not the core issue at hand. If somebody's being racist, it's usually pretty easy to tell that without like the hyperbole defense is usually not going to work in most cases. There might be edge cases. You know what I mean? Like, whereas I think that like hyperbole is more often used like to defend more abstract things, like when you're making when you are listing out like 10 different allegations against somebody, people will use hyperbole in a couple of those to make them seem worse, so that by the time you get to the end of the list of allegations, now you're convinced this person's the worst person on the planet. And whereas like, I mean, at least in my experience, like it's usually not like, I've not seen like the hyperbole defense used like from somebody who was being accused of racism or transphobia. At least in my experience. Like, I don't know. There's so many examples of times. I mean, people, I got accused of being transphobic for a really long period of time because of the most ridiculous mental gymnastics that I could possibly imagine. It was because I made a self-ID based argument, and because I made a self-ID argument, they concluded that I must also think that, I'm going to try and lay out the logic here, which was I made an argument that self-ID is like a solid stance. Like for other people, if somebody says they're, you know, whatever gender, that's perfectly fine, because just like a name, anybody can call it on, and there's no real way to police it any other way. And then they took that to say, well, that means that I don't believe that there's such a thing as like intrinsic gender, which is true. I don't think that like gender is a thing that's written into your DNA or anything like that. I think it's something that people come to grapple with. It's a social structure. But then they took that to mean, well, that means you think that trans people before they come out aren't actually women or men. And therefore, a conclusion being I'm transphobic because I would say that apparently they believe that I would say that. So that sort of thing.
Oh yeah, I mean,
like,
I've been called transphobic because I think non-binary people exist. Like there are trans medicalists that will say like, oh well, you don't actually believe in trans people if you think that you can be non-binary.
That's another one that's common. Like I'm just like, how do you grapple with that? Like that's just a level of it's this game of telephone. It's this weird stretch tied to a stretch to justify a hyperbolic statement about somebody. And I feel like that's a lot of the allegations that we hear about people is they said something that can be interpreted in a certain way, and if you interpret it in that way, then it could be bad. And then when you actually get down to it and you look at it and you go, is that really what was said? And it's funny because it means that like other things, like when people actually do say really ridiculous shit, like I mean, an off the cuff example is like Zizek, Slavoj Zizek, like recently like signing off on a whole bunch of gender critical talking points and writing a piece about it that barely even sounded like he written it. It sounded like it was ghost written. is like
yeah,
a perfect
it didn't sound like a
example.
leftist talking whatsoever.
It didn't, and I was like, this is a perfect example of when you could say, hey, this is pretty fucked up, and nobody talks about it because everybody's, too busy talking about, this joke. If you shine the light on it in the right way, then it's problematic in this way, and I'm not ever gonna tell anybody that they should that we should look the other way at genuine statements of racism or transphobia. Just that we need to evidence that shit and make a solid claim, instead of
And we should triage and analyze levels of harm. Don't act like everything, just because something is harmful, that means everything is equally harmful, because that's not logical either. And I definitely have experienced the thing where you get labeled a bigoted person because of, you say the wrong thing. There are a lot of fat activists, for example, that think I'm violently fat phobic because I've gotten into arguments where I've said that no, it actually does put you at higher risk of COVID death if you're overweight, or saying that there are health risks associated with excess fat. I think we should treat fat people better, and I totally am against fat phobia. I totally am on your side, but I think that some of the things you're saying are you're going against the scientific evidence here, and then they'll say that I'm fat phobic because of that.
Yeah,
so.
I think that's that goes. I think that kind of stuff, it just means that nobody can actually have a conversation and real information can't be reached. And again, this is not to say that people don't have a reason to be be worried about it, but at the end of the day, the truth still matters. At the end of the day, the truth of the statement still matters. It is true that there are a lot of example, transphobic people out there. I think there are a lot of trans-hating people out there in the world, and that trans people have a very good reason for being on edge about statements, and have a very good reason for being suspect about certain statements. But that doesn't mean that doesn't mean you can just skip the process of actually hammering these things down, because otherwise it just gets weaponized, and it mostly gets weaponized against trans people, and it mostly gets weaponized, or in your case, it's the fat phobia thing. It's going to be who are the people who are going to get talked about? It's going to be fat people who are talking about it and sharing their opinions about it. This happens with, a great example of this is the racism thing. A racist thing is look at how the racism was thrown against Shark, and for how long and for how hard. It's not at the end of the day, it's not the right targets are being hit here. It's the fact of having the evidence bar too low and having the hyperbole bar too high ends up hurting marginalized people the most, because they're going to be the ones that end up getting it weaponized against them, because we're the easiest targets. We're the ones that we all acknowledge the prejudice exists, so obviously the prejudice is going to roll against us. It benefits everyone to take a step back and to just take the time to just actually make sure that what's being said about people is in line with what was actually done. I don't think that it should be this.
But
hard.
I also, and I totally agree with what you're saying, but I also want to reiterate, I want the people on the other side to take this advice as well. If someone makes an overblown claim about something, don't automatically label that person an abuser or something, or say this person has engaged in a harassment campaign. Not everything is a fucking harassment campaign. I feel like everyone is always saying this is a harassment campaign, that's a harassment it's no, a lot of this is just people very firmly giving their takes on things. Harassment campaigns to me more feels okay, you're DMing them, or you're doxing them, or you're harassing their family, or reaching out to their work or something. That's what I see as a harassment campaign. People giving their takes on Twitter isn't a harassment campaign, I mean,
I think that sometimes these things do devolve into harassment. I mean, harassment campaigns usually, to me, is something a little more sustained. But I mean, I don't know. There are definitely some people in recent dramas that I would say have engaged in harassment campaigns, but it's not. Most of the people aren't creators. They are obsessive personalities, Twitter users who have an insanely obsessive approaches where they pick a target and that becomes their life, and they're getting everyone on board as much as possible. And I would consider that to be a certain level of harassment campaign. And I mean, I do think they happen, but I agree with you that, like, there is a hyperbole.
People can overstate the harm of harassment campaigns.
Yeah, absolutely. People can overstate like the harm of getting critique. Of being like, hey, someone is critiquing you. And like, I think it's also like possible to just be like, I think this person's claims are bullshit. And that's the end of it. But like
I one time tweeted, I tweeted out like, what do you think that Vosh could do better in this situation? And I got like 20 responses saying he could kill himself. I'm like,
yeah, it's insane. Insane shit. Yeah.
Who are you how are you thinking this is going to help anyone in any way? I don't know. I've always been very
like that shit is
against,
like, to me, is like, there's like a background, and this is another issue entirely, I guess. It plugs in, but it's a separate thing, which is just like the background toxicity of a lot of these spaces is so deranged, like that it becomes hard to even disentangle it from the rest. Like that, like where it's so common to have a ton of people just act like that towards anyone. Where it's like, I mean, I've heard Vosh say like he feels like a lot of times like the left, people on the left are familiar with him, and as a result, like they treat him worse than they would treat an actual Nazi. And I think there's some truth to that sometimes, where it's like people's familiarity with people that they perceive
you don't
as
feel
in their
as
space. Yeah.
You don't feel as like scared to stand up against them. I think I feel that sometimes, that I'm like.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even want to fucking talk about, like, Nick Fuentes, because if I fucking talk about him, like, I do not want to deal with the Groyper army coming down my throat, you know?
Yeah. Which, I mean...
And
yeah, there's that, and then there's also just like people spend their time, you know, in lefty Twitter spaces, so they'll hear about a particular figure, and that makes them super angry to the degree where they're willing to say something like, oh, X person should kill themselves. Which is just like, man, you've lost touch. You lost touch with reality. Like, I don't know. It's, yeah.
Yeah.
So.
I think, I don't know. I think there should be like some standards of conduct. And like I said, I do think a standard of conduct should be like, don't encourage your followers to make fake accounts or like try to infiltrate spaces. I think that's not a good thing to do. Don't ever send death threats. Don't ever tell people to kill themselves. Don't ever dox people. Don't ever reach out to someone's fucking family because you're mad at like a take that they had. Like, I feel like these are in order for these online spaces to not just evolve into like everyone being terrified at all times, we have to have like a certain level of conduct, you know?
Yeah. And there's no one really to enforce it. So we just kind of have to encourage it and demonstrate its value. And I do think that conversations like this can demonstrate that, can help people realize that, like, you know, this type of behavior doesn't make the space good for anyone. It's actually not to anyone's benefit. It's arguably not even to the benefit of the people who are engaging in it, because they seem pretty fucking miserable themselves. So, you know, I do think that, like, I think there's value in that, and like telling people, can you guys fucking cool it with the like you should kill yourself jokes and the deranged DMs and the like doxing threats and these allegations just get out of control. And but again, it is a hard thing to do, because a lot of people are convinced that you know, what their allegations are totally accurate. And I just can't help but say, okay, well, if that's true, let's see your evidence, and then we'll deal with it from there. You know, which is like what I felt like I did, and people were free to disagree, but that's what I felt like I did with the Foreign Man video, where I listened to this video and I said, I don't think what you've claimed here lines up with what you've presented as evidence. And I think that you made a lot of claims that weren't backed up with the evidence that you showed, and I think that's shit, and you should do a better job. I left it at that. I don't have any like long-term hate for you know, Foreign Man. I thought the video sucked, and I'll say the video sucked, and I thought it was hurtful in a lot of ways to individuals. I think it's hurtful to say that kind of stuff off the cuff. I think it was especially hurtful to like Shark, who totally got caught in the blast with really off the cuff, very very beginning of the video, really harsh joke
making like a raccoon noise or something.
Yeah, and then showing a face that was, you know, showing a picture of him, a contextless picture of him at a birthday party when he was at TwitchCon. Like, that's like fucking weird behavior, insane behavior. And I think I'm fine with calling that what it is, but I also don't think that it should be the end of Foreign Man's career or whatever.
That video it felt like it had some strange cognitive dissonance going on, because it was like throughout the video there were like a lot of valid points being made about how like marginalized people need to make sure not to like weaponize their marginalized identities. But then the accusations weren't necessarily even instances of people weaponizing their marginalized identities, you know? Because that's a fair thing to talk about, is like, you shouldn't just fall back on like, no, I'm trans, you can't call me racist. Like, that's obviously something that is worth criticizing, but you need to, if you're gonna accuse people of doing that, then you need like solid evidence to back that up, you know?
Yeah. Well, we've been at this for a while. And it's been a really, really good conversation. And I feel like we've touched on a lot of different topics. And was there anything else that was on your mind that you wanted to talk about? I'm not saying we got to wrap up right now. I just want to, you know, give us an opportunity to change topics if you feel like it, or if we're ready to wrap. I'm also cool with that. How you feeling?
I just wanted to, maybe end it by sort of talking about like, I feel like you and me, I saw your conversation with Soul Bunny and I saw your conversation with Shark, and I felt like I was really agreeing with everything that you were saying. And I feel like we obviously, like you said, we disagree on like the Kevils thing. We probably maybe disagree on like the basics of or like the minutia of certain little drama things here and there. But overall, I feel like we're on the same page with things. But then like before I joined the call, I saw people in your chat being like, Ryan is a liar. He's going to be disingenuous. He's going to be, he did this thing and that thing, and you need to not fall for his weaselly tricks. And it's like, I'm like, what do I do? How do I? I swear, I'm trying to be genuine. I'm trying my best to be genuine.
Here's one thing that you can do. You can look at the chat and you can go like this. And the reason why I always do that, I mean, I will tell my chat, please shut the fuck up. Yeah, this is for you, chat. These two are driven right at you. And the reason for that is that, you know, there's 450 people or so, maybe more. I don't know exactly. YouTube's kind of weird about it. About 450 people watching on my end right now. There's definitely going to be some of those people who have already made up their mind about the things that you've said. They might be a fan of another content creator that you maybe had beef with at some point. Those people are going to exist. Now, if they get out of hand and they start saying fucking toxic shit, I ban them out. But, you know,
I'm not asking you to like turn on your chat or anything.
It's just like, it's one of those things where I'm like, I mean, God, most of the time I show my face in somebody else's community. There's a lot of toxicity there for me as well. So I don't know. People,
I need to gain like the mental. I need to like learn to. I don't know what the fuck. Maybe I need to go to therapy or something to learn the strategies of how to gain the mental fortitude to not let every single person's opinion get to me. But I feel like that's, I don't know. I don't know if the human brain is like designed to deal with having hundreds of people being critical of you all at the same time, you know?
Oh no, it totally isn't. Like, I mean, I don't handle it all that well either. Like, I've developed some coping strategies and some tactics to like minimize it, but people get through my armor all the time. I'll get a comment where somebody says something so fucking stupid and annoying. I mean, God.
Yeah.
Sometimes people go way across the line, and it's like where I feel like I need to take action. You know, people are saying things that are like against the rules of the community. But even not just that. Like, it's not technically against the rules of my community to call me a white cuck, bending over, you know, to the opinions of black people or whatever. Not technically against the rules of my opinion of my community to be critical, because I mean, I don't know, there might be somebody like that out there, and it's not really whatever, like that's kind of offensive and whatever, but it's not technically out of the rules. But when somebody said that to me the other night, it fucking pissed me off so much. I blasted them, permabanned from my community. Just shut the fuck up And I reserve the right to blast people on that kind of stuff because sometimes people just do. Sometimes people say things that are so off the cuff and designed to like piss you off. They're so out of reality and so against what's actually happening. Like, so I don't blame you for that at all. And like, I'm certainly, like I said, that's a perfect example of somebody who definitely got through my general armor. Like, I was just like, ooh, you got me mad. You got me. Fuck you, asshole. So I got my revenge. But
I think especially when you know inside of like your heart that the reason you're having that conversation with Soul Bunny is to try to like, you know, maybe come to some sort of understanding or build a little bit of a bridge or like have Soul Bunny see where you're coming from. And then the response is you're a cuck. It's like, that's obviously going to piss you off because that's the opposite of what your intention is there, you know?
Yeah. And like, I don't know, like some people in chat are like, I imagine some people came from, you know, probably your spat with Vosh, the things that happened there, which I don't even remember all the details of, but I imagine, I mean, there are definitely some Vosh fans in my audience. I have overlap with a couple of communities, and Vosh is one of them.
I definitely didn't handle my interaction with. I definitely didn't handle my interaction with Vosh in the perfect way. I will admit to that. Vosh made a video calling me out, and I was like, you know, I'm just gonna I left it off with just like privately DMing him. We had another private conversation, but I was like, clearly me like talking about our private conversation publicly did not go well. So I'm like, rather than like make a video responding to what he's saying and keeping the cycle going, I'm like, I'm just gonna DM him privately and like, you know, sort that out. If he feels like I misrepresented what he was saying in the DMs to me, you know, I apologize for that. I wasn't trying to do that, but if you felt misrepresented, you felt misrepresented, and there's not really anything I can do about that. So, you know, that's where I am on the Vosh thing. But my goal was never.
All I was trying to say is that like, there's probably gonna be some people here who probably, you know, walked away from that and said, oh well, you know, Ryan's manipulative or whatever, and it's like, okay, like, you know what, like, that's nice. You have your opinion. It's not relevant to the conversation that's being had here. I feel like this conversation has been very good. And if they want to still think that, I'm sure they'll continue and whatever. There's a million gajillion people on the internet. And guess what, everybody? Hey, chat, opinions are like fucking assholes. Everyone has one. And most of the time, you don't want to see them. So there you go. Yep.
Maybe I'll convince those people who think I'm a snake that I'm a garter snake instead of a cobra or something.
Yeah,
you know, a little bit
happens.
less harmful of a snake.
There are so many people who hated my guts a year ago and now have come to be regular watchers. I know of people who fucking hated my guts and then ended up just being fine. It happens sometimes. Yeah. There's so many people on the internet. You can't always. I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? Like, but like. That's kind of the thing. There's the accountability process online is almost impossible to do, especially given the fact that it'll be, you know, one person who's got the camera, another person who's got the camera talking, and it broadcasting out to who knows how many people will end up seeing all this conversation in the end. And inevitably, some of them are going to have strong opinions about everything that was said.
And they're fans of whichever person, and, you know, I don't even, you know, parasocial relationships are cringe, but they develop, and I can't even like fault someone for having a bit of a parasocial relationship because we're living in a capitalist hellscape, and sometimes the only, respite you have from that is building a bit of a parasocial relationship with your favorite streamer or whatever.
Well, yeah, I mean, and the parasocial relationships are incentivized at every single level by every platform that we're on. Including
you want them to get to that point where they're going to give you money. That's like the funnel that is being. And the only way to get people to give you money is to have some parasocial relationship.
I mean, think of just, I know you know this, like think of the stuff that YouTube asks you to do on the back end. How many different times they're like, do this to connect with your fans more. Have you considered responding to every comment that you've ever received on every video ever? Have you considered like YouTube recommends like, oh, every time you get a super chat, consider filming a short video in response to them. Like, are you crazy? Are you what? You want me to like record? You want me to record a custom video for every super chat? Fucking what? I feel like it's like hard for me to keep up with just like thanking every dono and reading every dono message. A lot of content creators can't keep up with that without ruining their content. Like if you read every single comment in real time, which is very good for getting donos. If you read out every comment you receive, people will love to donate that. But it also means you're spending hours of your stream reading out comments from other people instead of whatever the fuck you logged on to talk about in the first place. It's these platforms really encourage the bejesus out of fucking parasocial stuff. And so I mean, I don't wholly blame people. Although, you know, when you cross a line, still got to put them in their place.
Yeah, but I think moving forward, I'm gonna have more of a strategy of like you're saying, if this thing that's happening doesn't involve me and I don't have some like really, you know, constructive thing to add, just like stay out of it, because it really has just led to nothing but pain and misery in my life. It's very weird when people say that like they think I'm trying to like grift off of it or something, because all that it's led to is me like losing followers, and I don't like the place I make money is by making like, you know, comedy commentary videos. Like I don't make any money off of weighing in on leftist infighting. So
again, chatters are among the stupidest people on the planet, and also among the smartest people on the planet. See, because the chat is a huge...
when they give money, they're the smartest people on the planet.
Yeah, exactly. You become personally, you are my Einstein the moment you donate money to my channel. But no, I mean, like they're just a crowd, you know. And every little individual chatter has their own approach and thing, but as a cluster, man, what a mess, right? I mean, that's the thing. You're going to get people who are going to call you a grifter for anything you do. You could breathe, and I mean, you could take a break off of stream and somebody will call you a grifter because, oh, you're not making new content. You're expecting people to watch your old content. What a grifter. And it's just like, how insane can you be? But again, on the internet, you can find every opinion imaginable. The most deranged opinion. I mean, the extremes being, you know, I mean, we watch some crazy conspiracy content on here every once in a while, and some of those opinions get pretty wild. Some pretty interesting views on the world about what may or may not have transpired in the past, you know, mud floods and poop lanterns and UFOs building the pyramids and all that kind of stuff. Yes, Naomi Chance, you personally are incredibly intelligent. Thank you for the super chat.
I think, and I think people... can feel like, oh, we're in a good like critical space where we make sure that we like base things off of evidence, so then that means that I'm not, you know, open to being like manipulated by things anymore. But that's definitely like not the case. Like everyone can be subject to being manipulated, you know.
Oh yeah, even the most guarded sometimes succumb to their own biases. So keep that in mind, and everybody chill out just a little bit, for God's sake. You know, you're gonna get better stuff out of it. If you guys chill and stop being so thirsty for blood, you're gonna end up getting stuff you like more. Okay, seriously.
And everyone in the chat, I love every single one of you, even when you're absolute fucking morons.
That's the way to do it. That's awesome. Well, it has been an absolute pleasure. Was there any other topics you want to touch on? I don't want to wrap us up too short, but no,
I think I really appreciated the conversation. Thank you for what you're doing with trying to like defuse a bit of the tension. I feel like that's what we need right now. So.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to see. I want to have. If I can have a cool conversation with someone and it can go like this, like I want to have that. Like this was awesome. This was a great conversation. I feel like we talked about a ton of stuff. We talked about some stuff that's miserable, but the conversation itself wasn't miserable. And I feel like people are going to walk away from this hearing both of our perspectives on stuff that they've probably witnessed and seen. And I think it makes people think about it differently. I think that's awesome and really good. And again, I just really appreciated this conversation. Please, before we wrap up, shout out your channel one more time so that my lovely imps can go check out your stuff and see the heart of your content, the stuff that you do that has nothing to do with this type of stuff.
The actual quality stuff. No. Ryan Beard, go check it out. Make sure if anyone who's here from my audience, subscribe to PianoMama. She's doing really great stuff. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Well, thank you so much. It was wonderful, and hopefully we will speak again in the future. I would look forward to that.
Yeah, sounds good.
Have
All
a
right.
wonderful
Talk
night.
to you soon.
Bye. I thought that was a great conversation. I thought that was a great conversation. Chat, Pyro Guy 1104 says, Demon Mama has been killing it with these conversations lately. I love this one, the Shark one, and the Keffels one. Even though I can't stand Soul Bunny, that conversation was still really interesting. I thought so too. Thank you. You guys, thank you so much. Seriously. I've been trying really hard, and I've been putting a lot of thought into what I want to say into these. Ras7 with the tier 2 sub. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ras7. Vine says, I became more charitable to Ryan over the course of the conversation. Well, I think that's a good thing. I understand that people have reasons for, like, I don't blame anybody for having a conflict with Ryan. I don't think by having a conversation with Ryan, I'm speaking poorly or reflecting poorly on anybody else's disagreement with Ryan. What I want is to have human-to-human conversations about these topics that can hopefully make things better in the future. The past is already the past. The future is where we're all headed. Fought Knight says, chat was being way better this time in my opinion. True, that's true. Windleby says, I think you're a white cuck. Well, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. Retcon404 says, that was really good, Demon Mama. Thank you. That really means the world to me. I'm also happy to see that you made it to chat. It's awesome. Rock says, Demon Mama is kintsugiing the left. I can only hope. That's, I think, I don't know if I can claim that that's what I'm doing, but I'm at least trying to make things a little better. I really, really am. I'm not trying to be like, again, I don't want to try and mediate conflicts or whatever, because I don't think I can do that. But what I do think I can do is that I can start building bridges where bridges are possible. I can have good conversations where conversations are possible. I can have productive conversations where those are possible, and I think that's happened. I think the conversation with Soul Bunny, the conversation with Shark, the conversation just now with Ryan, the conversation I had with Keffels the other day, I think all of these have been really good conversations. We've talked about, like, meta about drama a lot, and I think that people are really starting to think about it, and I'm happy that I'm able to, like, that other people's audiences are being able to come in contact with what I had to say, and that makes me happy. Yes, Niana says Demon Mama is being the change she wants to see. I have felt bad, okay? I'm a YouTuber. A lot of what I do is talking about things, and I do feel bad about not leading by example sometimes. And I've become sensitive to it, and I'm trying to change that. I'm trying to change things by doing myself directly, not just talking about what I would like to see, but doing what I would like to see. And I think it's paying off. 450 people watched this conversation steady. We've had between 430 and 450 people watching this conversation until just this moment, which it's natural some people are going to tune out once the conversation ends. But for the whole conversation, that's a lot of people to be sitting down and listening to this, and that proves that blood isn't the only thing that sells. Fafella says, Demon Mama seems to be the only person capable of giving us a more in-depth perspective on these things. Well, I'm not the only person, but maybe I'm the one that's doing it. Maybe I might be the internet's, I'm not the internet's stepmom. I'm just the mom that stepped up. There you have it. There you have it. Well, that's fair, Nerodia. All right, that's fair. Res7 with the, oh my God, Res7 with the $90 donation. Oh my God, thank you so much. This has been a long time coming. This year has been the year of the Demon Mama for me. You should be proud of what you built. Hope this helps on your vacation. I promise you it will. I have been very nervous about taking a vacation, but also I need to. I'm just telling you, I need some time to step away from the channel, clear my thoughts, and work on some bigger project things, and I know you guys are gonna love it, okay? I know you're gonna love it. Thank you so much, Russ7, for supporting this show. It really means the world to me, and I'm really happy that you've been enjoying my stuff this year. I only want to get better in the future. I want to keep getting better until you guys are just, you can't even believe. I'm going to get so much better, you won't even be able to believe how much better I'm going to get. That's a terrible Trump impersonation, but I will absolutely, hold on, let me go check and make sure I didn't miss any donations real quick. Let me get the donation. Let me double check. Gaming Blows with the $5. Hey, Demon Mom, I'm exactly $5 short in paying for my mother's heart transplant, but I really wanted you to have this, so she'll just have to wait. Spend it well. Get 80% off of a Steam game. You are evil, Gaming Blows, but thank you for supporting the show. It's a very... You try to make me feel bad? I don't. Thank you. Isaac the Great with the $15. Have you played the game He Fucked the Girl Out of Me? Very queer game, also very traumatic. It seems like your type of thing because it's not the type of game you play or enjoy, but you experience it. I haven't, but that sounds really interesting. I will check that out. Thank you very much for that recommendation. That sounds like a fascinating title. Thank you for the donation. I will try and check that out. Living in Jeopardy with the $10. I enjoyed talking with you and others in VC on Keffel's stream. Oh, I already read that one. Kian the Astronomer. I appreciate what you do for the space, Mama. You and Doe as well are such consistent and thoughtful voices for radical ideas among many unserious actors. That means a lot to me, Kian the Astronomer. Thank you. I will do my best. I will always do my best. I may just be an internet entertainer. I may just be a internet performer, but I will always do my best to make that performance good and beneficial to the best of my ability. Thank you. Transgirl Jade with the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you so very much. I think we've gotten everybody. I think we've gotten all the donations. Let me see if I missed any super chats. Vontux with the $10. Oh my God, we got a couple. Joe Star, thank you for joining as a member. Sean Miller with the $2. Looking forward to this. Hope Ryan is specific. I think that we were. We were very specific on certain topics. Mother Meerset with the $2. I'm going to be moving soon. Can you wish me luck? Mother Meerset, I wish you all the luck. Moves are always really stressful, but I wish you complete and utter luck in that endeavor. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Vontix with the $10. Are clicks the underlying issue with the online left that compromise our ability to be rational and fair? Maturity issues, perhaps too. Perhaps too many immature folks in the fray making perspectives warps. I don't know that either of those are the underlying issues. I think that there are issues that compound on each other. I do think that over-clickishness is a general problem, but I think that's a human problem and not just the online left. Humans make clicks sometimes, and sometimes they get lost in the sauce and will never deviate with their click no matter how toxic it gets. I think that that is a maturity issue to a certain degree, but it's also like a thing that all humans have to be challenged to overcome. Fontix says, or maybe clicks with a mix of immature people and grifters mixed in, making it unnaturally toxic and skewing behavior. Well, you nailed it. I should have read your other donation first. Yeah, I do think that that's a problem. I think that these cliques can get out of control and they can get lost in the sauce and become unbelievably toxic. Yeah, for sure. Naomi Chance, thank you for the $5. And Naomi Chance, thank you for another $5. I wasted some money on President Sunday on his newest stream. Why not waste some here? Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. Ross7 says, I've been a Vosh fan for years, but I really do like how Demon Mama makes an active effort to foster productive engagement, something I think Vosh could improve on. I think Vosh has been improving on that. I mean it. I do think that he's been making an active effort to engage in a lot of bridge building activity. I mean, hell, he just mediated a debate recently, which is not something that he used to do. I think that's really good. So, not that I'm not going to accept that compliment. That's a very kind compliment. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, he's definitely a true Windleby. Windleby says, go watch his old 2020 videos and you'll see how much he's improved. Yeah, he has. I am strongly in the camp that Vosh has only gotten better over time as a streamer. Key in the Astronomer says, over the course of his channel, I have seen some of Demon Mama rub off on him, and I think that's for the best. Well, I think we've had a positive effect on each other overall. I'm glad that you perceive it that way. I mean, we do talk about things, and we do engage a lot. But it might not even just be me. It might just be, might just be generally. But I appreciate that anyway. Thank you. Rip edgy Vosh? Nah, Vosh is still pretty edgy. $2 more from the shadow government, says Naomi Chance with the $2 super chat. Thank you. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you. He's definitely still pretty edgy. I mean, so did I, Windleby. Listen, you guys, people forget. People forget the internet was a lot edgier in 2019, okay? You guys should have heard Chapo and Cumtown back in that time. Oh, and that was back when there were, oh man, that was back when there was was that before Red Scare actually came together? They in 2020, maybe in 2020. No, I feel like they were going at that time. That was before they became conservatives. Yeah, it was ooh boy, yikers. Zoomers would cry and struggle sleeping over 2009 internet. Oh, let's not go back that far. Listen, that was bad, okay? Things were very different, okay? Things were very different back then. All right, everybody. Okay, everybody. Here we go. It's time to go into our second conversation of the night. We are going to be having a conversation with Raptie about some really, really important changes in Oregon. This is going to be a shorter conversation. It's not going to be like a 2 or 3 hour conversation, but I think this is really important as Oregon has made a really, really, really major change to their healthcare law in a way that benefits trans people and undocumented people. And I think it's really important that we talk about this. Afterwards, we're going to do some really fun politics content. So stick around, get comfy. We still got a whole bunch more content to do tonight. We got so much fun shit to do. All right. I'm giving you guys a hell of a nice send-off stream before I have to go spend the next few days preparing a whole bunch for my trip, which is a lot of work. I'm going on a very long road trip. So I'm going to be, it's going to be a little while, but don't worry. There's going to be a lot of fun stuff tonight, so you all can have lots of fun and joy. Yeah. All right. So, yeah. All right. Hold on. Let me get Raptie on. Give me just a second. Give me just one moment. Hope you have a great vacation, Diva Mama. Thank you. Where are you going? I'm going to a lot of places. I'm driving over to the East Coast, and we're stopping at a bunch of parks along the way. So it's going to be a really long trip, and it's going to be a lot of seeing new places. I'll talk about it more in just a little bit. Give me just a minute. Hello.
Oh.
Hello, hello, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you give me another? No, your video's not working though.
All right, there we go. It's me. I'm Nick Bowen. Here to talk to all of you and chat about some important things. Because, there's a reason I've been calling everybody groomers. Because it turns out trans people got the best whiz. You all know how to groom yourself super well. And I'm here to help all of you today. So, remember, it's not Meat World, it's Meat Bow. Yeah, it's me. So, okay, sorry.
I was not expecting us to have a conference call with Meatball Ron right out the gate. I'm not gonna lie. I was
I can keep
surprised.
the image up if you want, if it's funny enough, or I can just go back to normal.
Oh, it's your
normal
call.
voice,
Did you
but,
want to? Did you want to be on just voice or did you want to be on video?
just mainly voice. I just wanted to launch this gag at the beginning.
All right,
'cause,
cool then. Yeah, just hold on. Let me put this up real quick.
Yeah, I ended up putting it together while I was waiting, so I was like, the longer this goes, the more cursed this is gonna get.
Well, it's definitely cursed, but I think they've enjoyed the image. So,
Oh, awesome. Let me turn off share screen.
can you give me a quick audio test? I just want to make sure the levels are all done. They were a little loud when you came in, but
Oh, sorry about that. Blew everybody's ears out.
no, it's fine. You didn't do anything wrong. It was my my end of things.
Oh, wait 1 second. Let me try. Oh, sorry.
right.
There we go.
Perfect.
Discord was doing its thing.
All right, hold
So
on.
am I sounding better than I did last time?
Yeah, the audio is just fine at the moment.
Okay, well, excellent. There's my roommate. Okay, so, hi chat. I'm Raptie. Been on here before. My pronouns are none. I prefer name or nickname. I don't really like being referred to third-party pronouns, but it's fine to use she, her because it's really awkward for a lot of people to try to write around that. So she, her's fine.
All right, that's all good. I had the old ones up before, so my bad.
Okay, no worries.
I had the old text.
So yeah, I have actually. Okay, there's no echoing. Oh, it's always interesting doing a stream like this. The feeling on my end, it's like I'm almost like about to fall. It's kind of nervous, but that's fine. Sorry.
Well, no worries. That's just how it goes. That's just streaming. That's just how it goes.
Yeah.
So Raptie is here today to talk about the major changes to healthcare in Oregon, and this is relevant to a lot of people. The changes are concerning trans healthcare and concerning the accessibility of healthcare for basically everyone under a certain income level. It's pretty major news. It's a pretty major win. And from here on out, Raptie, go ahead and explain what changes were made and how it's going to affect people.
Okay, and just I guess you still have all the links that I sent you if you scroll up a bit, right? Because I wanted to make sure to have these receipts.
Yeah, I didn't put them into a
There's
document or anything, but yeah, there's a whole bunch. If anybody has any requests, we will post the links on the Discord channel later. So if anybody wants to get the specifics and get down into the nitty-gritty of these changes, Raptie, you can just post those same links over in the Discord. We have a Praxis Resources Center. That's the perfect place for them. So you guys will be able to find that over on the Praxis Resources channel on the Discord. It's the easiest way for us to put all these links down there. If you're an Oregonian and you want to find out the legal information about all this, those will be available to back up everything that's being said here. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, I'm going to link this one easy real fast because this is just an easy to go over one. So basically what happened in Oregon is we have decided, we voted to add the concept of affordable healthcare as being a universal human right. Like everybody should have it in our state. That's in our Constitution now. As a result of this, we've made a lot of changes, and it's actually been accelerating pretty fast. The first major one is that let me rephrase this, eligibility guidelines in order to get free health care in most states are 138% poverty level. With us, it's 200%, the TLDR, as long as you're making less than $29,000 a year, which is a full-time, 15-hour-a-week job, okay? You get free health care. You can be working full-time, get free health care. Also, I should stress, too, that I'm not, an expert on this, so always make sure to, double-check and everything. But you also get access to food stamps. So you get your food discounted or free. You get your health care for free. Now, the big thing I'm here for today isn't just. Oh, actually, let me take another step here. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
We also took effect as of this month. Anybody who's in our state, who's a resident, which residency status just means you're living here with the intention to stay here. There's no minimum guideline or proof or anything. But if you're a resident, you get free healthcare. Doesn't matter if you're like illegal or here on a visa or immigrant. You could fly here from out of country and get free healthcare. Again, check with immigration attorney if necessary, but for the most part, yeah.
It doesn't mean it's going to stay. It doesn't mean it's going to affect any other immigration process. But what it does mean is that Oregon is not going to decline healthcare coverage to someone just because of the situation of their paperwork, their citizenship paperwork, or their immigration status, which is a huge step up. It basically means that as far as healthcare is concerned, Oregon is operating as a sanctuary state on that regard. That people who are perhaps in danger don't have to worry about not being able to have access to healthcare in Oregon, which is a huge step forward.
Yeah, in fact, we, because our state doesn't really like the federal government, sometimes we actually made certain to create our own healthcare system. It runs concurrently alongside Medicaid, because sometimes with Medicaid, you can dip out of eligibility if your income goes a little bit high for a month. This program means that doesn't happen to you. You still keep eligibility. So
really
again, I
good
want to
stuff.
restate, we have universal free health care to people making $29,000 or more or less a year.
Mhm.
Doesn't matter who you are. Now, that ties into trans care. And this is one of the reasons I know a lot of people are understandably scared with the transgenocide and everything and wanting to move outside of the United States. But the fact is you'd be much better off moving here because we have the best trans healthcare in the world. The WPATH 8 guidelines, which is the trans, it's the document that determines, like the procedures for transitioning and everything. It's the one that was used to gatekeep for a very long time for people. Has updated, this is universally, but anyway, so it's updated so that medically necessary procedures are for trans and gender diverse individuals, which means, and I love that term, trans and gender diverse. So it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Like it gets past all the
It's much
stuff.
more inclusive of non-binary people, which is a very good step in the right direction.
Yeah, the document actually lists like agender, non-binary, and like genderless, gender non-conforming as all. It acknowledges all of those as valid. But I'm going to quickly go through a list of what are considered the gender-affirming surgical procedures.
This is important.
And this is in the WPATH 8 booklet. Actually, because I'll be linking that for certain. Anyway, sorry. There's a lot of information. The document's like a couple hundred pages long, but at the very end, it says gender-affirming surgical procedures. All right. These include facial surgery, basically all of it: brow reduction, augmentation, brow lift, brow hairline advancement or transplant, rhinoplasty, chin reshaping, lip filling, upper lip, everything, reduction of mandibular label, voice surgery, includes voice surgery as well as facial surgery. It also includes
very big. Most U.S. states do not include voice surgery in their trans protections, but Oregon now does. Continue.
Yeah. Mastectomy, so with nipple areola preservation if you need to, without it, phalloplasty with or without scrotoplasty, which basically will give you whatever genitals you feel are comfortable with. That includes, it includes, like, for example, if somebody identifies as like eunuch, they don't want any genitals, we'll do that. If you want to have both a penis and a vagina, we'll do that. We have ways, whether you're born physically male or physically female or intersex, we can work with that. And our the trans sorry the
At least the coverage.
bottom surgery, and also our health or hospitals do as well. We've actually been leading the country in terms of these kinds of surgeries. So yeah, it also, by the way, includes liposuction, implants, any kind of body contouring things. It also includes hair removal from everywhere,
Electrolysis.
and laser, and something that I think is extremely interesting. It's not available yet, but this is future proof so that it will cover uterine or penile transplantation. So when we get the technology to give people uteruses or penises, transplanting them, it'll be covered free. Yeah. And I want to stress all of these are available for those who qualify at no cost whatsoever. Now, let me put this. I know one big issue that people run into is you get gatekeeping in order to get qualified or diagnosed. With the WPATH 8 guidelines, in which we're adopting, basically you don't have to do, actually, let's say for surgical procedures, this is actually probably one of the big ones. Gender incongruence is marked and sustained. Demonstrates the capacity to consent for the specific gender-affirming surgical intervention. You understand the effect on it, on your reproductive options. You've looked into other options and decided they didn't work for you. It's also important is mental health and physical conditions that could negatively impact the outcome have been assessed. And this part's really neat. So you have to have been stable on your gender-affirming hormonal treatment regimen, which may be at least 6 months of hormone treatment or longer, if required to achieve the desired surgical result, unless hormone therapy is not desired. You do not have to get hormones to get surgery.
That is a very good step, because there are some people who do not want to be on hormone replacement therapy or can't.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
Basically what we have here, what's been summarized here, is that most currently existing and known gender-affirming surgeries and treatments are now guaranteed by the state of Oregon, which is a massive win. And while it is not quite informed consent, the standards for gatekeeping have been greatly reduced. It is significantly lower requirements. None of this two-letter nonsense. None of this psych analysis nonsense. You have a conversation with your doctor as long as you can demonstrate that you know what you are doing, and that you have a doctor who is willing to sign off on it with you. You're good to go. Which is, again, a huge, huge, huge improvement. And as far as I know, the most progressive currently existing healthcare model in the United States of America.
In the world, not just the U.S., because a lot of countries in Europe, as a lot of, in other countries, have a lot more gatekeeping. Also, just real quick, I'm linking to the Transgender Health Program for OHSU, which is our main hospital. Again, they lead the nation in terms, actually, they lead the world in terms of trans health. So, yeah, there's essentially no other country can you go there at no, and stay there at no cost to get all the surgeries you need with minimum wait times, like you don't have to wait. Was it like in the UK? I know some people have had to wait, like, was it 3 to 5 years for
it's
HRT?
Extensive. Yeah.
Yeah, and you have to go through specialists and everything. Another note, touching back to general medical, our medical assistance covers everything: dental, vision, prescription drugs, as well as surgery,
seeing a specialist, primary care. I am, I think, a good example of this because I had a cornea transplant. I've had my wisdom teeth pulled. I've had bottom surgery. I have some hair removal, and I get therapy and medication. I don't have to really pay for any of it. Also, a medical transportation is available at no cost if you're not able to get your, to drive or anything like that. We really, really mean it when we say it's a fundamental human right. And I think that's the most thing.
Most everything?
Yeah, if I actually want to answer any questions that you or chat may have.
Well, chat, if you have any questions about it, go ahead. I mean, I already looked over most of the documents, so I don't really have any particularly deep questions about this. Mostly, I just wanted to be able to give you an opportunity as, as someone who's much more familiar with it off the cuff, the opportunity to tell people about it and also get the word out to people, because obviously this is going to be very important in a time where large swaths of the U.S. it is becoming much more difficult and or complicated to get access to trans-related care. I am somebody who has moved to a place that is more friendly because the places that I lived in the past were not easy to get trans-related care. And, now this kind of blows my home, my current state out of the water. Oregon now is totally lapping Washington. But it's a win, and that's what matters most is that's awesome. And it means that there's a possibility for people who don't have access to find a place where they do. And of course, the residency requirements in Oregon being such as they are means that you don't have to go and, buy a house in Oregon. You don't have to live in Oregon for long term. You can go there and qualify for care by
stay with a friend,
being in the state. Yeah, by living in the state, by residing in the state, which is really really impressive. Momo hits a guy and says, "How does this affect people who can't work and are on disability?" I could probably answer that one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, which is as far as the rules are stated, it's if your income is below that 29,000 per year income level, you're good. So there's no work requirements or anything for this whatsoever. You don't have to be working, and being on disability is not going to disqualify you from this, as far as any of the documentation we've seen has said. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say QET, but regardless of unemployment, again, this is something because it can differ specifically depending on the terms of like your insurance with your. You'd want to call Medicaid over here for this, but as I understand it, again, you can be full-time employed at $15 an hour and qualify for this, which is all. So that's about what, $2,200 a month, which ends up actually being livable. That's a livable wage for one person here. Housing isn't crazy expensive out here, especially if you're like I'm in the greater metro area and we've got a 2-bedroom apartment with AC for $1,200 in a pretty nice area.
It's definitely reasonable.
And just I guess but hair transplants are covered, and just some general trans goodness here. Just going to go over this also really fast because of. Like trans health and well-being isn't just health care. It's a lot of other areas too. So where I live, I have, let's see, oh gosh, I went through the list recently. I have within a 15-minute walking distance, I have like a grocery store and several delicious taco trucks. I have the main library, a farmer's market, several very queer-friendly stores. I have a adult nightclub that is queer-oriented, we'll say, especially for people who are into kink. I have there's like a rec center with indoor pool. There are like 2 churches. There are bookstores. There's all of this is within a 15-minute walk. And if I want to get to downtown Portland, I can just hop on the bus to the light rail and it's like 30 minutes to get downtown. Our public infrastructure is incredible. And if you're disabled, you get a discount on it.
It's
So
definitely
we have,
Portland's public infrastructure is definitely way more than what most Americans are used to. It's a lot easier to get around than you might think.
yeah, there's a hobby shop. This is the best part for trans people because it's like an autism trap. But no, there's like a hobby shop with like trains and cars and Gunpla stuff and painting and Warhammer, like just all the supplies you'd ever want for that. Which like they've got transistors and all kinds of stuff. That one's also a short walk away. But yeah, no sales tax. It's freaking great. You can ask. I know Jessica Metal has moved here. This was before even a lot of these changes had happened.
Yeah. Well,
and also we decriminalized possession of all drugs.
That's true.
So there's that too,
which is an improvement as well. Finally, diffusing the war on drugs, and yeah. So okay, well, so quick summary. Oregon made major changes. They've changed the standards necessary to qualify for trans care. They've lowered the gatekeeping significantly. Secondly, they have explicitly laid out long-standing and future-proofed coverage for most currently existing trans and gender-affirming, trans-related and gender-affirming care. As being fully covered under any insurance operating under the state, but specifically under their state insurance. And they have changed the residency requirements such that if you live in Oregon and and you're making less than $29,000 a year, you qualify for care, no questions asked. So these are all really, really major progressive wins. These are particularly good for trans people who might be fleeing from unsafe places here in the United States. A huge victory and something that people should be very happy about and perhaps should keep in mind as a model for advocacy in their own states. Oregon's model can be used as an example for what other states should adopt or what other states could consider adopting, which would make more places safer and better for trans people to live in.
A couple other points briefly. Sorry.
Sure, go ahead.
Almost done. One, we're basically the headquarters for like battle queers. So like don't screw with us.
Although
like,
this isn't an
seriously.
advertisement for Oregon as a whole, but yeah.
I'll just say no. This is for trans people. You know, it's a very inclusive and safe environment. The hospital, the staff at the hospital, doctors, nurses, everybody has pronoun tags. There's a lot of like queer support, and my surgeon's like primary assistant is trans, masc, non-binary, which just seeing representation when you're in the healthcare system is so big. I can't state how huge that is for me. Seeing that people who've been through what you know are going to take care of you.
Awesome. Well,
I think that's pretty much it.
Awesome. Well, Raptie, thank you so much for coming on and telling us about this. Raptie is going to post the documents in the Praxis Resources channel on the PianoMama Discord. So if you want to find out more information and dig into the legal nitty-gritty and all of that, that will be available on the Discord and the Praxis Resources channel. There's a ton of stuff you can read over. Most of it is very easy to parse. Some of it is not. But if if that's something that you want to get the fine details on, you can go do that. Otherwise, Raptie, thank you so much for coming on. And
real quick, sorry, I see Rudhan in stream chat. Just very briefly, that's not true. I mean, it was founded as a clan state, yes, but I'm a person of color. We have, again, we protested 100 days straight for BLM. Like, we have racist issues like out in the boonies, like any other place, but Portland is incredibly like inclusive. That's why we abolished. That's why we decriminalized drugs, like explicitly to help in the war on drugs against minoritized groups. So I just wanted to address that because I think that was really important.
Fair.
But yes,
All right.
thank you so much.
No problem.
appreciate y'all having me on. Just remember, meet wrong, not meet wrong, and trans rights for everybody.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on, Raptie. Have a wonderful night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, everybody. So, see, as you can see, pretty good news. Excellent to be able to report on something that's that positive. People who are considering a move, it is definitely worth, if you're trans, it's definitely worth considering at the very least Oregon as an option, as, again, it's very hard to argue with the extremely progressive nature of the new changes to their healthcare system, which are very good. And I gotta say, it's great to see. And I gotta say, it's a good showing for the Pacific states. All of the states bordering the Pacific Ocean right now are doing pretty dang good. So, yeah. Oregon is anti-Florida ideologically and geographically. Coincidence? I think not. Yeah. Yep. So, now again, hopefully this will mark the beginning of some other states adopting similar models to Oregon, because I think it's just good. It is good for the health of a state. It is good for the health of a populace, and it's good for the world as a whole to be able to have trans people get easy and just access to healthcare. Yes, yes, yes. All right, everybody. So now we have a couple little more things to do. We have a couple little more things to do in this stream. And the first one is, how many of you want to see something really fucking weird and also... Wait, hold on. I have to redo that again. My lovely, lovely imps. How many of you ever thought you would see the day that Mitch McConnell.exe stopped working in real time? You guys want to see a dead body? No, okay, it's not that extreme. It's not quite dead body extreme, all right? But it is very funny, and it is very deranged. So I figured I would share with you something very weird that happened today. Now, if you're watching this as a video, it wasn't today. But just so you know, today, as of the recording of this video, is July 26th, 2023. And today is the day that Mitch McConnell broke. Let's watch it together, shall we? Keep an eye on Mitch McConnell and his general expression and general being. Let's do this. Ready?
Bipartisan cooperation and a string of
anything else you want to say, or should we just go back to your office? Do you want to say anything else to the press? Go ahead, John. I'll take it back. Let's go back to you.
Go ahead, John.
bipartisan cooperation.
Yeah. So he looks like he's shitting himself. Yeah, a lot of people have had various theories. Some people said that perhaps he saw the ghost of the Iraqi children that he helped kill with his involvement in the Republican Party. Perhaps some people, perhaps he saw the like an army of demons that are waiting to drag him down to hell. In truth, I think it's a lot more likely that he probably just had a stroke. We don't actually know yet. As of the last time that I checked, we don't actually know what happened to Mitch McConnell. We just know that it happened. And also that Mitch McConnell came back out afterwards. So he disappeared. He was in the middle of a sentence, stopped, stared dead forward for a good solid 30 seconds, and then was carried away by his handlers, and then he came back out later and finished what he was saying. Now, if he had a stroke and he went back out to finish his speech, that's not very good for his brain health. Now, it is possible that he didn't actually have a stroke. It's possible that he just had a massive brain fart and that he literally couldn't think of where he was, and also couldn't talk to his other people. But I'm not gonna lie. Everything that I can see screams stroke. They brought him back out strapped to a dolly like a broken refrigerator. No, I don't think they did. I think they made him walk back out to like show strength or whatever. Ooh, man. Now, if he shit himself, that wouldn't be the first time that somebody shit themselves in the halls of, in the halls of the government. Not even close. There's been many, many moments. There have been many pants shitting moments. But I will say it seems to be getting remarkably common these days. And I just gotta say, the thing I just gotta say is, can we just have a frank conversation about elder abuse, okay? It's with everything we have coming out about Dianne Feinstein and fucking Mitch McConnell, and hell, I'll be honest, even Joe Biden. Joe Biden is what, 77? Is that Joe Biden's age? That's pretty goddamn old. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Joe Biden is 80. Joe Biden is 80 years old, okay? Oh my God, it's Donald Trump who's 77. Joe Biden is 80 years old. Now look, you can do great things at any age. You really can. You can accomplish great acts at any age, and you can also do all kinds of things at different ages. But when you're 80 years old, it is just a simple fact that most people's bodies cannot handle the same level of stress, the same level of intensity that they used to be able to the degree that you can hurt yourself really, really, really easy when you're at old age. And let's just point out the fact that being a politician isn't exactly, especially in a heavy leadership role, the lowest stress job. Now, it's not the highest stress job either, but being expected to give lots and lots of speeches, to travel all over the place in planes and helicopters. Do you guys know how dangerous it is for old people to be on planes? Like, old people die on planes all the time. They die suddenly on planes because when you go up at high heights, the pressure changes and it increases the likelihood that you're going to get a stroke. Okay? There are a lot of really, really, really old and people in politics. A lot of old people with really entrenched power. And sometimes they're there out of sheer stubbornness, like Mitch McConnell. Other times, you don't know exactly why they're there, like Dianne Feinstein, where I don't know if it's actually stubbornness anymore or if it's actually sort of like the Democratic Party feels that they have to keep her going there or else they're going to lose her seat and it'll be real, real, real bad. But this is not a normal or healthy situation for people to be in. Having so many positions of incredible power occupied by people who are, quite frankly, obviously suffering under the role is kind of an indictment of our society and our inability to even, like, I don't know, give old people a dignified life. Let alone let the future be inherited by younger people. Let's just even if we don't even consider that part, the fact that like at the highest levels of office, it's being broadcasted that you should be doing insanely high stress work, traveling by plane, even into your 80s, even into your late 70s, is a deranged state of affairs. Okay? It's insane. Okay? Yeah, as Retcon 404 says, why are the profits from Halo real? Yeah, it's kind of insane that we have like literally just ancient old people, extremely ancient old people in positions of unbelievable power. Some of them very clearly no longer fit for that power. Other ones more debatably so. While it is incredibly funny to witness someone so evil as Mitch McConnell clearly have a extreme elderly moment in front of a camera, it's also kind of horrifying. It's also kind of just deeply harrowing about the state of our country. That we've found ourselves in such a state of affairs. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Dark Souls, you know? Not to be a gamer for a minute, but come on, we all know here. Everybody here is a gamer, right? Not to pull on that, but you know in Dark Souls, how the entire storyline of Dark Souls is about this ancient old king who is so afraid of things changing that he decides to put a curse on the entire human race that binds all of their souls to his, so that him and his godly children will live forever while draining the life out of humans. Humans can't even die because they're bound to the gods, but they just continually become more and more shriveled wretches as their energy is sucked out of them in order to power the gods themselves. Kind of reminds me of that, doesn't it? Kind of reminds you of that. We live in a world where the top positions of power, the positions of ultimate power, the things making your life hell, the things that are standing in the way of, I mean, let's be real, Mitch McConnell personally has been responsible for killing literally countless bills that would help everyday Americans. Mitch McConnell literally referred to himself as the Grim Reaper of Democratic bills, predominantly ones that have to do with welfare, health care, voting reform. Mitch McConnell has been responsible for killing student debt forgiveness, despite the fact that the United States just passed through a world-changing pandemic, despite the fact that there has been incredible economical upheaval over the last few decades. This motherfucker, this ancient motherfucker, sat there and Grim Reapered these bills. He helped kill Build Back Better, an infrastructure plan for America. He basically sits there and does anything that corporate America wants. And that's just Mitch McConnell. That's not even getting into the broader, the other ancient ghouls, literal ghouls, who are sitting on top of government and commanding what will happen to your life and everybody else. We live in a very bad time. Okay, we live in a time of a very weird time where incredibly old people who have unlimited access to healthcare can sit up there and deny you and everybody else access to the same healthcare. Again, maybe we just live in Dark Souls. Maybe that's it. You know, we got all these, the rest of us have to bear the curse so that people like Mitch McConnell can live just a little bit longer and do just a little more evil in the world. And again, it's not just Mitch McConnell. And it's not just the fact that Mitch McConnell is evil, because it's kind of fucked up to do this to old people at all. It's kind of fucked up to have that be an expectation of society, that these old people can't just go and retire and live their lives, can go explore some art, paint some paintings, and let young people advance to, climb up the ladder. Instead, it's like a never-ending, just somebody sitting on top trying to make every single moment of their life last as long as possible while ultimately commanding your existence, while ultimately sitting at the top of the pyramid. Terrible. So maybe we'll find out in the coming days whether Mitch McConnell had a stroke or not. Certainly looks like he did. But just remember, this is kind of a perfect emblem of the times, of the gerontocracy, as they say it. The increasingly aging people in positions of power. The age just keeps crawling up. And guess what? Like I said, they got access to healthcare you will never have. While other people die young, they keep living because they're in control of the levers of power. It's wild, isn't it? A shit ton of these politicians are actively on dementia meds and they run the country. I fucking hate it. Yeah, it's kind of demented, isn't it? See what I did there? It's bad. It's real bad. And again, I want to be clear. This is not to say that old people in and of themselves are bad, because that's not true. And it's not saying that old people can't be influential or can't accomplish great things, because they can. But let's be real. We have a problem of absolutely ancient people clinging into positions that is definitely not good for them and is definitely not good for everybody else. And that's not okay. It's a bad state of affairs. People should be aware of it. And people should become, people should be real about it and acknowledge exactly what the fuck is going on. I mean, guys, come on. We all sat through Donald Trump's, Donald Trump likes to talk about Joe Biden being mentally unfit. But do you guys remember the type of shit that Donald Trump was saying when he was president? Do you guys remember the absolutely demented nonsense speeches that this motherfucker would give from the highest office of power? He was worse than Bush ever was. He was worse than any of his predecessors. We've never had a president so insane, so incapable of stringing together a sentence that follows, a string of thoughts. Why you guys bring up the Confifi? Confifi is the least example of it. You guys go watch the speeches he was trying to give when he had COVID. It was insane. It was fucking insane. Obama. All right. I don't have anything more to say on this. Let's just end it off by watching one more time. Can we just watch one more time? One more time, okay? Let's just see the moment, okay? One more time.
And a string of
Okay, Mitch? Anything else you want to say, or should we just go back to your office? Do you want to say anything else to the press? Let's go back to you.
Yeah. Yep. Obama. That would have been the best. That would have been the best sound drop to have there. Just the moment he quits. Obama. He does look a lot like when a baby poops himself. I mean, I'm sure he also pooped himself, but I feel like Mitch McConnell shitting himself is probably like a multi-day occurrence. I have a really hard time believing. Do you guys remember when Mitch McConnell's hand turned purple? Let me see if I can find that picture. Yeah, do you guys remember this shit? Here's the picture of it. Oh my God, here's the picture of... Look at this shit. Do you guys remember when this motherfucker's hand turned like dark purple? Here's another picture of it. Look! What the hell happened? Both of his hands are turning black. It's deranged. I mean, holy shit. I don't know, man. It doesn't get, I don't know. Look at this. You guys telling me that this is supposed to be okay? Right here? I mean, look at him. He's practically a mummy. Anyway, Mitch McConnell sucks. He probably had a stroke. We'll probably find out for sure whether or not it was a stroke in days to come. Our country is being run by literally demented old freaks, and it's scary, okay? That's a horrifying thing to see. I hate Mitch McConnell, but I'm not gonna lie, it's just generally unsettling to watch an old person have a stroke in real time, and then because he needs to be strong as a politician, just walk right back out instead of going to the emergency room. Jesus Christ. Anyway, that's all I have to say. If you had fun with this segment, press that subscribe button down below, press like, and leave a comment in the comments down below. If you tell me what your favorite corpse that Mitch McConnell reminds you of is down below, because you know, I'm sure there's a ton of them. You know, you got Tatankaman, you got the Bogman, you got that guy that was frozen in the Alps. Anyway, just let me know your favorite down below, okay? Thank you very much. 1852D Derek with the incredibly generous $5. I love how the camera person zooms in on his face. That was some great cinematography, like he was distracted by the unfathomable horrors only he could see. You guys want to know what the best detail is? The best detail is actually watching all of the people nearby pull their phones out. And you can actually see it when the camera moves. There's like 4 people who all of a sudden have their phones out. It was like they all knew something was going wrong. The Adventure Time Lich, the Draugrs from Skyrim, straight up. Oh, hey, wait, this is a small piece of news. Hold on, we'll have to add this addendum in. Hold on. Mitch McConnell tripped and fell. Uh-oh. Mitch McConnell tripped and fell while disembarking from his plane at Reagan National Airport earlier this month before his news conference freeze up. Oh shit, so he had a really bad fall as well. Yikes. Yikes. Well, maybe it's time for him to fucking retire. You want to know why they don't want him to retire? You want to know why they don't want him to retire? You know why they won't let him go? And why he won't go? Because he's in a position of power to kill every progressive bill that is brought to his desk. Because he has a stack of bills blasting through the roof that he's killed. That's why. Because he is the ultimate. He's like the wall that prevents any sort of forward progress in the legislature in this country. That's why. And they know that if he's gone, that no one is quite as hollowed out and as immoralless as him, and that they might end up actually losing some position of power. So bad. So bad. Anyway, that's all I have to say about this. Mitch McConnell's clock. Yep. Yep, Mitch McConnell drew a clock. Yep. All right, everybody. All right, everybody. There's one more thing we got to talk about tonight. Okay? One more thing. All right? I got another segment for you. That's right. You guys are getting treated like crazy tonight, all right? My lovely, lovely imps. What if I told you that Ron DeSantis is not just terrible, not just a crazy fascist, but also that he is actively harboring and promoting Nazi ideology from his position? What if I told you? And guess what? If you've already heard a little bit about this, there's new news. So You might have heard about a little bit of this already, but let me tell you, it gets even worse, okay? Let's just jump into this, okay? Hold on a second. I want to show you guys just how bad it got. So for those of you who don't know, we're going to actually watch this meme real quick. I want to show you, oh wait. Ooh, I think it has some copyrighted stuff in it, so we might have to just watch it without audio, but that's okay. We'll enjoy it together. Just a couple of days ago, the Ron DeSantis promotional account known as Ron DeSantis Cams tweeted a meme video that was promoting Ron DeSantis that contained, and I kid you not, a black sun, also known as the Sonnenrad. Let me just show you guys what this looks like. For those who aren't familiar with this symbol, I'm sure you probably are. It's this symbol right here. This is a Nazi symbol. It is one of the most well-known Nazi symbols of all of them. It is literally the only one that is more well-known is the swastika, okay? It has been universally used by neo-Nazis, by extreme far-righters, by the Klan, etc. It is a Nazi symbol unequivocally. And Ron DeSantis didn't just have one of his promotional accounts tweet this. Didn't just have you know, the actual Ron DeSantis campaign video retweet this video. And it wasn't just a frame. Let's just watch the video. Come on, let's see it for ourselves. Check this out, okay? Oh my God! Why is it so loud? Holy shit! Holy shit! It's okay. Jump scare for everybody involved. Oh yeah, we have to turn off the audio because it's playing this. Okay, ready? Here, we'll just watch it without the music. Just imagine extremely tacky music that doesn't fit very well playing across this. Here's the, oh, look, it's the Wojak is watching the Trumps. Let's see it. Oh, you got the Wojaks. Oh, the sad Wojaks looking at Donald Trump. Oh, they're sad because Donald Trump sucks, right? Oh, he's going woke. Oh, Donald Trump going woke. Can we get the sound here for just a second? Oh, now he's happy. Oh my God, now he's happy because, you know, Ron DeSantis is here. Oh, you got the Florida. Oh my God, now the Wojaks are so, oh my God, make America Florida. Oh, here's the tactical Wojak. Oh my God, look at how based it is. Oh my God, he's so based and off space. Oh, Meatball Ron, wow. You ready? You guys ready? Oh yeah, it's, you running up that hill, you're running up that road. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. And now you have a picture of Ron DeSantis with a bunch of random faceless troops marching towards the seal of the state of Florida. And what's that? We have a whole 10 seconds at the end of this video of a giant black sun with Ron DeSantis's face in the middle of it. And then it all fades out to just show the black sun. Wow. 10 solid seconds? Well, guess what, everybody? Guess what, everybody? DeSantis team fires the aide who secretly made a video with a Nazi symbol. So that's right. It wasn't just a fan video that was retweeted by Ron DeSantis that had 10 seconds of an explicitly Nazi symbol with Ron DeSantis standing in front of the Nazi symbol with an army of faceless soldiers marching towards the Nazi symbol. It wasn't just retweeted. It wasn't just shared. It wasn't like it was some 4chan meme. No, it was made by a team member of Ron DeSantis's campaign. It was his fucking team. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' 2024 campaign fired an aide this week who secretly created and shared a pro-DeSantis video that featured the candidate at the center of a Sonnenrad, an ancient symbol appropriated by the Nazis and still used to this day by some Nazis. Nate Hochman, a speechwriter on the DeSantis campaign and a former writer for the National Review, created the video on his own and shared it through a pro-DeSantis Twitter account, according to a person familiar with the writer. Hochman then retweeted the video, and it was deleted shortly afterwards. Nate Hochman is no longer with the campaign, and we will not be commenting on him further, DeSantis campaign official told Axios. Earlier this month, the DeSantis campaign faced backlash for sharing a similar meme-laden video that attacked Trump for being too pro-LGBT, it was a homophobic video. We talked about this one before. It was just disgusting. So a speechwriter for Ron DeSantis's campaign. And it got that far, huh? It got all the way up to that level. What does that tell you about the type of people that are being employed by the Ron DeSantis team? And what does that tell you about what is acceptable to the audience that Ron DeSantis is courting? It's pretty interesting, right? It's almost like Ron DeSantis is while he still likes to say, I disavow, because, they got to fire the guy because he went too far. It almost is like Ron DeSantis and his entire team and his entire fan base are totally on board with neo-Nazi rhetoric, neo-Nazi images, and neo-Nazi ideology. Kind of ridiculous, right? It's kind of insane the degree to which politics has rapidly flung into the completely insane in recent years. This is the type of shit, by the way, which if this had happened before Trump, it would have been an end. It would have been a literal end to a career. Not even Republicans, the racist and completely and utterly evil GOP would have let this sort of thing fly. And yet, Ron DeSantis is still running for president. Ron DeSantis is still even being considered as a viable candidate for office. Ron DeSantis, after he loses to Trump almost inevitably, will probably run for president again in a couple of years. Isn't that deranged? An account, a guy who employed someone who was willing to go to the official accounts and tweet a video with a literal neo-Nazi symbol in it. Not just a neo-Nazi symbol in it. It wasn't even hidden in it. It was a feature of the video. It was the conclusion of the video is that Ron DeSantis is the embodiment of the black sun. Absolutely deranged. What's up with all these Republicans having explicit Nazi connections? Oh man, I can't seem to figure it out. Yeah, interesting. This is DeSantis's Kanye moment? No, it's actually even worse because the thing is, Kanye West is like, he's like generally demented and he says the most insane things you can imagine. Ron DeSantis is a politician currently holding office, and his account, his staffer, putting forward a neo-Nazi hate symbol, a symbol of a literal, a symbol of a regime that was a literal enemy of the United States that perpetuated the most infamous genocide in history. And he's still governor of Florida, and he's still running for office. And he's still, it's barely damaged his polling numbers. It's funny too because people have decried the left for alarmism about the normalization of white supremacist and neo-Nazi rhetoric, the normalization of neo-Nazi imagery and neo-Nazi ideological precepts. But the truth is, the left has been right about this all along. The left has been 100% on the money about this. It's only getting worse. Donald Trump had all of his crazy nonsense, his deranged anti-Semitism, his anti-woke madness, his horrible racism, and it's only getting worse. The GOP is pumping this shit in. They're making this shit acceptable. They're trying to put literally raw Nazi propaganda out to a broader audience. And sure, Ron DeSantis had to make an apology, but this should be disqualifying. This should be the end of Ron DeSantis. In any sort of sane world where you employing a speechwriter who ends up going to tweet neo-Nazi propaganda on your account and on your official account, the place, remember, the place where he announced his presidency on Twitter. So he can't just say, it's just Twitter. He announced his presidency on fucking Twitter. Yeah. Just as a reminder of where the American right is at right now. Just a reminder. The DeSantis campaign knew that he was a neo-Nazi and a Fuentes fan before they employed him. Of course they did. Of course they did. Ron DeSantis' entire campaign is running on all of his messaging it takes the exact same shape. His obsession with being anti-trans, his obsession with being anti-gay, his obsession with decrying degeneracy, his obsession with decrying the fall of the West, his obsession with wokeness, which is just a new way of him saying, of dressing up the same old anti-degeneracy talking points. It's all neo-Nazi shit. It really is. He's turbo anti-immigrant, turbo racist, turbo anti-gay. Employing literal neo-Nazis, retweeting neo-Nazi propaganda. In short, the American right needs to be opposed with all of the strength that we can muster. There should be, when it comes to opposing the GOP, when it comes to absolutely choking out and crushing any possible future for Republican politicians in the United States, everyone should be so serious about this. Democrats, liberals, leftists, everyone across the board who isn't a GOP member should be in lockstep on completely and utterly removing any power from the hands of these absolute psychos. This should not even be a possibility. It should not even be a possibility that a presidential campaign retweets neo-Nazi propaganda to millions of people. That should not be a possibility. That should be something that they are so afraid of happening that they never even come close to ever employing anyone who would do that. We know where this fucking shit goes. We know where this ideology leads. We know how horrible it is. And guess what? We don't need to play fucking nice anymore. These people need to be shut down. They need to be taken out of power in any way that you possibly can. They need to be outmaneuvered. They need to be prevented from putting in to their genocidal agenda. And it is that. When you're at the point where your accounts, your presidential campaign accounts, are retweeting neo-Nazi propaganda, you are the face of genocide. You are the face of a genocidal agenda. Categorically. How much more Nazi do you need to be? How much more genocidal does it need to be when you have a video featuring a drag queen and a trans flag and a neo-Nazi flag all being burnt up in the eyes of a desperate Wojak, only to be saved by the neo-Nazis at the end? How much more blatant does it need to get before people realize exactly who it is that we're fighting against in this country? Holy moly. Deranged. Monstrous. Monstrous and terrible. never ever feel bad about fighting so hard against the GOP. Never feel bad about saying that the American right wing is completely deranged and off kilter. Never feel bad about denouncing these motherfuckers to the end of the earth. Anybody who tries to make you feel like you need to play nice with the GOP, all you need to remember is that a current candidate for president running for the Republicans, the darling of the establishment Republicans, the guy who's supposed to be the alternative to Donald Trump, just fucking retweeted a black sun in a neo-Nazi propaganda video. Just remember that, okay? Seriously. Deranged. Anyway, if you found that compelling and interesting, and you want to follow a channel that that's not going to cut, not going to mince words when it comes to the deranged behavior of the far right in America, smack the subscribe button down below, press like, and tell me your thoughts. Let me know what you feel about the fact that Ron DeSantis, the GOP's, the non-Trump GOP's darling candidate, retweeted neo-Nazi propaganda. Let me know what you think about that. Let me know what you think about the fact that he was employing a neo-Nazi as his speechwriter, and he knew that this guy had neo-Nazi roots, and he did it anyway, and now he's trying to say oopsies. Let me know what you think down in the comments below. Anyway, keep hearing the signal. All right, everybody. All right, everybody. It is really, really hot in my studio. So this is the part of the stream where I'm going to play a little bit of piano. We're going to chill just a little bit. And then I'm going to sign off because after this, I'm going on vacation. I need a little bit of time to clear my mind and think about things. So I'm just going to noodle around on the piano for you a little bit as a nice treat before we go. Okay? Let me turn this on. There we go. Let me turn it up just a tiny bit. Where's my pedal? Here's my pedal. I gotta get the pedal is stuck. Here we go. There's the pedal. Don't worry, it's not over yet. I'm just gonna play a little bit and then we'll go from there. that's fun. That's not Despacito. Despacito is... I can play it in that key. Despacito 2? Yeah. This is so sad. Alexa, play Despacito. Da 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 da. Is it a really messed up song? Isn't it like a song about like wanting to kiss a girl and shit? Like it's like super sexual, but I don't know. Is it really fucked up? I don't remember the lyrics. I only remember the Minecraft Cito lyrics? No! I'll sign the walls of your cave with my name, and I'll fuck you so hard that you forget your name? Well, that's just really sexual. I don't know if that's super fucked up. Can you play the Forgotten Temple from Tears of the Kingdom? Not off the top of my head. I don't remember that one. I could play other things. It's messed up that kids sing it like it's a family song. Oh, yeah, of course. That is kind of deranged, isn't it? I can't play Rush E, are you crazy? Or Moonlight Sonata. I can't play Moonlight Sonata, that's ridiculous. That takes way much, that's too hard. Let's see. Can I play? What else can I? What could I play off the cuff that people will like? That's not the right key, though. That's the wrong key. I could play Toxic Gossip Train. Oh, hold on. Oops. The Song of Time is, hold on, that one goes. Da, da, da. I used to know the gourmet race. Wait. Can I do Green Hill from Sonic? Hold on, how does that one go? Hold on. I'm blanking on it for some reason. I might be able to. Give me a second. Dun, dun. I don't know what the chords are on that. That would be really hard. It's like I can do so hold on. How's it go? Here we go. And then it goes. That's not quite right. There's something off. I'm missing something there. Wait. Banger. Absolute banger. Absolute banger. Can you do the bathroom song? I think that's right. I'm not as good as you. You wrote it. I wonder if I could play aquatic ambiance. That's a hard one. That's a really hard one. Aquatic ambiance is a really hard one to do. Wow. Oh my god, that is so hard. That is so difficult. Fucking amazing. What an amazing track, though. What an incredible track. Chrono Trigger? I can do Chrono Trigger. Last chord I'm fucking up, but I think that's definitely one. And then there's also, hold on, there's also, wait, hold on, give me a second. I need a refresher just to get the key right. This is the one, hold on, I just need to get this one right. This is, yeah. The chords is gonna kill me. The chords are gonna kill me on this one. Wow, I'm messing that up. Wow. This is hard. Hold on a second. What a banger. I wish I was better. I wish I could play all of these cool ass songs off the cuff. There's another one that I used to be able to do from Chrono Trigger. So, which was, hold on. Oh, hold on. There's another one I can do. I think it goes like that. So it goes. There's a chord I'm messing up, but that's Frog's theme. Da 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 da. So let's see if I can get it a little more grand sounding. I'm messing up the chords. Those chords are hard. Going like trying to do it purely by ear takes a lot of practice, but what an absolutely amazing soundtrack. Here's what the real version sounds like. I was probably in the wrong key, but that's me just going purely from memory, okay? Purely from memory, okay? Let me play it for you. Here's the one. No, wait, that's a remix. I want the original one. Here we go. That's not right. This is the original one. Okay, so that is wild. That one's got way more. That was a totally different key than I was playing it in, but I was close. I transposed it to the wrong key, but still. let's see if I can remember Magus's theme. Hold on, I think I can get Magus's theme. Hold on. Wait, hold on. It goes. It's like. Wait, I gotta hear it again. Hold on. Let's listen to Magus again. Hold on, I need a refresher. I can't go off it blind. It's been too long. Let's do it. Wait. All I needed was the first note. So hold on. So there we go. Here we go. Killer. And of course, I can always do classics like. I can hit you with a couple of them. Magus was a lot harder than I remembered. I remember playing the Magus theme a lot when I was a kid. And hold on, Robo's theme. Dun, wait, hold on. Robo's theme goes dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. that chord is. I don't know what that one is. It's a slight shift. Dun, 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 dun. That's so incredible. Oh man, the Chrono Trigger soundtrack is truly legendary. It really is a genuinely just 100% legendary soundtrack. Can we listen to here? You know what we're gonna do? All right, here we go, everybody. We're gonna end this off by listening to something absolutely legendary. Hopefully I will either on the trip or when I get back. We'll see. Oh, I'll check that out afterwards. It looks like that's copyrighted, so I can't play it, but I'll listen to it. Fortnite. Wow. In the future, I really want to practice more piano. I've been meaning to practice more and more because, I don't know, I have a lot of ways to go. Well, my lovely, lovely imps, it is time for us to wrap this stream. I'm going to be gone for a little while, but I will, of course, return. I need the time away. I need some time to take a break. It's been a stressful year. I need some time to think about and work on a bunch of things, including just not feeling like I'm on the edge of burnout. But don't worry, I'm going to be posting things while I'm gone. I'm going to be in contact eventually, and I'll be back, of course. And the funny thing is, every time I take a break, I'm always worried. Every single time I've taken time away from stream, even small amounts of time, but even when I've taken longer breaks, I always get worried that it's going to be all over, that I'm going to come back and nobody's going to watch my show. And every single time, I'm dead wrong. Every single time, I've been wrong. I've come back and I've actually ended up growing every single time. Even when I was out for a really long time to get my tongue split, I was out forever when that happened. And yet, when I came back, we grew. So, I hope you all will have a good time. Take good care of each other, okay? Don't fucking be assholes on the internet. Be cool, hang out, come up with good ideas, be creative, and most of all, do not fucking die, okay? I will see you all very, very soon. You will see lots of pictures from me. I literally got a photo camera set up and everything. So you're going to see some beautiful photos from me. And I will see you all sooner than you think. Bye for now.